comes out.
These are the Secret Service.
These are the Secret Service, yeah. So Trump comes out, everybody's having a great time. Started out great, and then you just heard this loud crack. Nobody really knew what was going on immediately. I personally thought maybe somebody brought in fireworks or something like that. But then you quickly realized that was gunfire, especially when the sniper, fired. So we got down, my family, we all got down, and everybody got down. It was amazing how calm still people were. There was no mass rush, stampede, anything like that. And then I kind of, stood back up a bit, and I watched Donald Trump put his fist in the air, and I said, hey, he's fine. I said, let's get out of here. So looked at my brother-in-law, he looked at me, and we just got everybody out and started running.
When did you really know the political gravity of the moment? When did it hit you that it was an assassination attempt?
Well, I personally did not know he was even shot when it happened. As I saw him stand back up, I didn't even know until we got back to our car. I didn't really understand the gravity of what was happening until probably, an hour afterward.
Imagine friends, family, texting.
Yeah, just making sure we were okay, because where we were looking at, the stage, Trump, we were to the right of that. It could have been a lot worse day for a lot of people. It was a horrible day, of course, but it's just sad that somebody, anybody would think to do such a heinous thing like that.
Well, for a better day here at Bitcoin in 2024, we're all excited for Donald J. Trump's speech. I want to talk a little bit about what you were saying, this engagement with Trump's supporters. You mentioned that many of them are hearing about Bitcoin for the first time.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important thing. There's a lot of Trump supporters out there. There's a lot of Americans out there. They're going to hear the speech today or see it, the clips on the news or on, X, Twitter, wherever. And then they're going to say, why the heck is the president, the former president,
talking about magic?
Exactly, talking about this. Like, should I maybe know what's going on? So I think this hopefully will just spur more adoption. And there's 3 guys up there on the stage, just finished running for United States Senate, pro-Bitcoiners, pro-policy, and I think that's just going to solidify that much more Bitcoin moving forward as something that's safe. Because, most people, you hear about it, you see it's for, it's a scam, it's for criminals, then you start realizing it, you see the price, and then you say, wow, this might change the world. And it's just,
how do you counteract those negative narratives that maybe Trump supporters are more familiar with?
Well, it's difficult because I'm sure you, like everybody else, if you try to talk to somebody about Bitcoin, it's not something you can typically easily explain in 5 seconds. So most people don't want to put in the time to even, do the research, do the work, Like Michael Saylor says, you got to put in, 100 hours of
10,000.
10,000, yeah.
He likes big numbers.
Right, the bigger guy. So, it's just something that hopefully there's a lot in half the country, who's maybe a, Trump supporter is going to start realizing and just growth case.
So you're at a rally, you're talking with another supporter. When somebody asks, why is Bitcoin good for America? What's your response?
Well, personally, I'd say, it's digital property. We're a great nation because we have 2 wonderful oceans surrounding our large land mass. The world's digital now. If we can hold the hardest asset, digital asset in the world, and have that digital property, we could be even a stronger nation. And think about, Louisiana Purchase. We got more property for our country than ever before. That worked out well for us. The Alaskan Purchase, we got Alaska. They traded these paper assets for a hard asset, property that made our country stronger. But then everything that just was built off of that, all the rails, the transcontinental railroad, the continental highway system, all those things that were able to flourish because we had that. Things that we can't even probably think about right now could benefit our country just by having an asset and being global. Our world's smaller on a digital scale. So yeah, I think Bitcoin itself is just something that's going to continue to grow in adoption, and hopefully, our nation gets on board.
We're wrapping up here a little bit. We're talking, of course, about your strategy for talking to Trump supporters, the messaging you're sending. What message do you hope the former president sends today at this conference when he takes the stage at 2 p.m.?
Boy, that's a great question. I wish I had the answer right now. But
if you're writing Donald Trump's speech as a Bitcoiner and a patriot, what do you hope he says?
Boy, you know, I would love to see it as a reserve asset. You know, I don't know if saying backing the dollar quite yet is something that would, you know, politically for him right now. Because again, people don't understand this. So if we can get it as a reserve asset, like gold or strategic reserve like oil, I think at that point moving forward, it's going to solidify its use case. And just like the ETF solidified, you know, its durability and its staying power, I think when you have the former president and likely, hopefully, the next president talking about it, it'll solidify it that much more. And I think once we get started, at least there's a position, the door's open, the foot's in the door, so that way, whoever president's down the road, have the ability to add it to that reserve.
Of course, Bitcoin money for the world, for the future. Christian, a Bitcoiner and American here, and of course, was at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Thanks for sharing your story, Chris, with the people at home. We're going to send it now over to the main stage of Bitcoin 2024, hearing from the other party. We have Ro Khanna, a representative from California, on the main stage. Stay with us at Bitcoin 2024.
The waste, energy waste, so you're not increasing fossil fuel emissions by using Bitcoin. And that's something that government can do. But the bottom line is that you want America to lead when it comes to Bitcoin and make sure that the appreciation of it is something that benefits the United States and that we're setting the financial standards.
So over the course of the past 2 days and into this afternoon, we're going to hear about a lot of executive orders or proposals for executive orders. But I know that there's some bipartisan legislation that has popped up from time to time in Congress. How far are we away, in your mind, of getting something passed that is actually a bipartisan approach, sensible regulation, and some sort of term defining that everybody can agree with and knows what the rules of the game are? How far away are we from that?
Well, I've supported two bipartisan pieces of legislation. One, a Republican bill by Patrick McHenry, FIT 21, that applies not just to Bitcoin, but to all cryptocurrencies, to say that we need regulatory clarity. We need to say what the SEC can do, what the CFTC can do, and we need to make sure that the software developers aren't caught up in being penalized. And that passed with 70-plus Democrats in the House. We now need it to pass the Senate. And I voted to overturn SAB 121. I don't know how many folks followed it, but that would basically make it hard for banks to hold Bitcoin because they'd have to show it as a liability. They don't have to do that with any other asset class. And so I was one of 20-some Democrats who said, no, we don't, SAB 121 doesn't make sense, and I voted to actually overturn the president's veto of that.
Right, great, yeah. I think people here are paying attention to that, for sure. Congressman Khanna, earlier this month you hosted a crypto roundtable where you invited industry leaders and other politicians from the left. And I want to get your read on that. How did that, what was the motivation behind you doing that, and what was the intention, and how did that go?
Well, it was that America shouldn't rest on its laurels. We have the best financial system in the world, and so sometimes we don't appreciate how important Bitcoin is in other parts of the world. There are many other countries which have currency that's inflating. The dollar is a great currency still. So we don't have as much of a need, but there are other countries that do have a desperate need for it. And they have a desperate need because of authoritarian governments. But if we don't have Bitcoin, if we don't have cryptocurrencies, we're going to cede leadership in the financial innovation of the 21st century. Why would we do that? Why? We need to be the leaders. This is a payment that's going to be cheaper. It's going to be faster. It's going to have the ability to move a few cents across the world without the fees. It's going to make us more connected in a global society. I mean, all the Democrats who preach that we don't want to be isolationists, well, isn't rejecting cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin being isolationist because the rest of the world is using it?
Absolutely.
So this is actually connecting to the rest of the world. So the conference was saying, let America lead when it comes to the instruments of financial innovation. And you have the Fed payment now, FedNow, and you have Zelle with the banks. I don't want a monopoly of the Fed and the banks deciding how to have instantaneous payments. Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are competitive alternatives so that we don't have monopoly power. I thought the Democrats were opposed to monopoly power.
Me too. That's great. So as we look forward, there's a lot of people in the Bitcoin space who claim to be single-issue voters, and I'm not one of them. I'm infamously not one of them. There's other things I care about. So if I go to your website, there's a lot of policies that you and I agree on, but a lot of the other Democrats where I look and I don't see things that I agree with everything else except for their Bitcoin or crypto policy. How do we get more people at the grassroots level energized or talking to their representatives to actually get that message to go from the bottom up to say, we can't keep voting for you if you have these damaging policies on crypto or Bitcoin? How does that happen in your vision of it?
Well, make your voice heard. I know Bitcoiners aren't shy, and I know you're bold. I mean, be on social media. Talk to your members of Congress. Talk to them on social media. Talk to them in person. And make the simple case of what this technology is and why you care about it. Because of freedom. Because of making it easy to transport payments. Because it's a hedge against inflation. And just help educate people of what it is. It's a technology.
Right. Great. And so maybe we'll sort of wrap it up with this final question, which is on dangerous ice here. But do you think that in the future, if you held another crypto roundtable, somebody like the vice president might be willing to attend?
Well, I hope so. I think there's a new generation of politicians in both parties who have values that support innovation, who support more freedom for individuals, who support decentralization of economic opportunity, and who understand the value of Bitcoin and of many cryptocurrencies and want America to lead. And we are people who champion builders, who champion entrepreneurs, who champion innovation, who want America to have that innovation. And I'm going to make that case, and I'm going to work in a bipartisan way because this is important for the country. And what I would love is for the next Bitcoin conferences, not to have Republican or Democrat, but to just have Americans embrace this, because this is the right thing for America.
Great. Appreciate that. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
A second Democratic sitting representative here on the main stage of Bitcoin. I just can't possibly imagine how it's going to get any better than this today. Thank you, Congressman Wiley Nickel. There is a distinction a little bit between you and the last person that was out here, right? So I think that Congressman kind of leans a little bit more liberal, and you would consider yourself a Democrat, but more moderate. So can you just at least introduce that as an idea and how it intersects with your Bitcoin view?
Yeah, I think the point that is important to make is, in the Democratic Party, we have a wide range of opinions, but when we're talking about digital assets, it runs the gamut from left to right to center, and the future of Bitcoin and crypto has to be a bipartisan future. That's the only way we're going to ever get anything done in Washington, is if we work together on this in a bipartisan way. That's been my focus in Congress when it's been passing FIT 21, the digital assets market structure bill. This I think, folks, by the way, in Congress we have done almost nothing least productive Congress in our nation's history. We've done must-pass bills like the budget, the debt ceiling, supporting Ukraine and Israel, but crypto has the chance to be the big bipartisan thing we do in this Congress. So that's been our focus.
Great, yeah. And I've always said in the space that Bitcoin provides maybe one of the only opportunities to actually have an important substantive discussion that isn't about a political football, right? Going back and forth and playing gamesmanship in that way. So I can appreciate this attempt to bridge that political gap and work on both sides of the aisle. And so to that event, or to that idea, what kind of support are you seeing in Congress as you sort of walk the halls and you're talking about these digital assets and Bitcoin and the promise that it has? What kind of reactions are you getting from your colleagues in Congress?
It's been great. It's been the first time Congress has never ever voted on crypto in our nation's history. We're operating off of a 100-year-old securities law, so it was a big deal that we passed Fit 21 with 71 Democrats. I was part of a group, including Ro Khanna, you heard from, organizing to make sure we kept this as a bipartisan issue. It was a big deal that we were able to get those Democrats on board. But the job for everybody here, it's about education. If we educate folks in Congress on these issues, we're going to get more and more support.
That's great. And I think, like we were talking about with Congressman Khanna, right? A common sense approach to legislation, to regulation, to make the space work, function properly, not hurt people, but not overstepping to stifle innovation is really the key. And so, in your view, how are the ways that Bitcoin can actually work towards making something more transparent, fair, and open for your constituents?
Yeah, no, I mean, crypto has the chance to totally democratize finance, turning dictatorships into democracies, to empowering folks to have control of their money, to bring down costs, to increase speed of transactions. This is revolutionary technology which we need to embrace. And and I look at I'm here in Nashville. I used to work for Al Gore, a great Tennessean. We had the internet. Everybody was behind it. This revolutionary new technology, and the folks who are against Web3 and crypto, they're going to look back in 10 years and just be like, what were you thinking?
Right. I mean, you can imagine somebody proposing that we ban the internet from in the early 90s or something like that, right? It doesn't make sense. And if you ban it here, or if you try to stifle it here, it's going to go someplace else, right? And so one of the things that Congressman Khanna mentioned is like using more sustainable green energy, right? So if you make the mistake of banning it in America, you don't know where that mining power is going to go, right? And it's probably going to be a lot less clean than it is here. So these kinds of unintended consequences where these politicians saying, well, we should do this or do that, we need to think through all of those.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I know that you are into the Bitcoin space, into the crypto space. You want to advocate for common sense sort of legislation, regulation around the space. So what are some of the things that you're doing, hopefully making connections with people, across the political aisle? But yeah, tell me about some of that.
Yeah, no, obviously we've got the former president coming on the stage. This is a big issue. We had a total reset of the presidential election just less than a week ago now with Kamala Harris. And we've been working hard since then to get a reset from Vice President Harris and the administration on crypto. So something newsworthy and noteworthy. I've just led a letter of Democratic officials to the DNC advocating for a new approach to digital assets policy. This is a letter with 28 Democrat electeds, including 14 members of the U.S. House of Representatives, including Roe, asking for 4 things from the DNC and the next Democratic nominee for president. Pro-asset digital language in the party's platform, selecting a vice presidential candidate sophisticated in digital asset policy, selecting a pro-innovation SEC chair, and engaging with the industry in a meaningful way. Those are the things that I think are...
Yeah.
And I'm very optimistic. We have been working hard behind the scenes, having senior level meetings with folks, with the Office of the Vice President, with the campaign, to get a reset. Vice President Harris understands this issue. Her husband is someone I know who gets it, and I think we're going to get to see a reset, which will be a big deal in the space. And again, my hope is that folks who come out of this conference understand that the future has to be a bipartisan one. If we politicize the issue, we will just poison the well for 10 years in Congress, and it's going to be really hard for folks who are pro, innovation like me to get things done.
That's great. Yeah, no, I appreciate that effort, right? And I do think it speaks to this idea that the polarization in the crypto and Bitcoin space can often seem a lot more exaggerated than it really is behind the scenes, right? On social media, or if you hyper-focus on one or two politicians on the left in particular, you might get the sense that everybody on the left doesn't like Bitcoin, but that's certainly not the case. So the efforts like this, where you're actually making some demands and there's a group of lawmakers behind it, is great news, and I'm happy to hear it. Yeah. So more generally, when we think about this bipartisan approach, which, as you said, right, we're going to hear all about these executive orders, but things like that don't last, right? So we need legislation. And are you finding that people on the right side of the aisle are willing to work with you on these innovative technologies too?
No, it's been, again, one of the biggest things we've done in this Congress so far in a bipartisan way. We've got, we know that Schumer and the Senate Democrats are very committed to getting this done. I think we're going to see some news out of Washington in the next few weeks. So, there's a very good collaborative approach on this issue. And I think for folks who are at this conference, it's so important to continue to make that push to educate Democrats and Republicans in Congress and at all levels about the amazing transformational nature of this technology.
That's great, yeah. And, there's people who are in the audience here or maybe watching at home who maybe they themselves are more conservative or Republican, but they live in a Democratic district, right? So you are allowed to contact your representative and voice your support of Bitcoin, and you should be doing this no matter whose district you're in and who's representing you in Congress. So just another plug for making your voice heard. Speak to your congresspeople and your elected representatives so that they know how important it is for you and the people around you, right, for all of these ideals. So you think about the political landscape now, and again, you said a lot's changed in the last week, and that's an understatement, right? But in my mind, I had one reaction when Donald Trump came out in support of Bitcoin. I feel like it's great to have a presidential candidate in support of Bitcoin, but of course I worried about the backlash against that, right, from people on the left who would just dismiss it out of hand just because Trump supported it, and that might be a reality that we have. So what is your feeling on the importance of liberals, progressives, Democratic moderates to just stand up for Bitcoin in the light of Donald Trump supporting it?
Yeah, no, I think it's important to be here right on the same stage, making a progressive case for Bitcoin and for crypto. But you're going to hear from Donald Trump later, and I think it's worth pointing out his own words on this issue. In 2019, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "I am not a fan of Bitcoin and the other cryptocurrencies which are not money." He said all the bad talking points. He said they facilitate unlawful behavior, including drugs and illegal activities. And that's right. And in 2021. And folks, in 2021, he called it a scam. That's right. Folks, I can tell you one thing, and I want to say this as politely and respectfully as I can. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He did nothing on this issue, and right now I can tell you he is totally full of shit.
So that's very brave of you. And you know what? As Bitcoiners, I think that we can respect some bravery. And I do think that people would say, yeah, thank you. Donald Trump, like every other politician, is allowed to change his mind on this, right? And you all need to remember that that's exactly what's happening, right? And that's okay, because we have people now who are actually talking about Bitcoin and digital currencies in a really productive way. And if Donald Trump is at the top of the ticket talking about Bitcoin, and a lot of the Democrats who aren't at the top but are actually talking about it, that's really good news for me, right? I think that we need a bottom-up approach and actually convince the rest of the Democrats, and there are many who are supporting what you're doing, convince the rest of them too, right? And so I think that that's really what our focus needs to be on.
And I wanted to talk to everybody here because I think it's so important that, again, you know, we're gonna have folks who want to use this issue for their own benefit, but if you're looking long term, you've got to make sure we keep this as a bipartisan issue. And I agree, you know, I agree too. We've got what I think are 1 million single issue voters on this issue. Yeah. So presidential candidates, and you know, Kamala Harris included, need to make their position known. Right. They need to come out with strong messaging. And you know, I think we're at a reset on that, and I'm very optimistic about what we're going to hear.
Yeah, that's great. No, and I do think that we should be excited about a reset and a continued dialogue, right? It's not as if the discussion is over, and there's a lot more work to be done, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply of 21 million, so no one can just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 today. We've got lots more in store. Marsha Blackburn, Republican Senator from Tennessee. Vivek Ramaswamy, former Republican candidate for President. Ro Khanna, obviously just on stage moments earlier. And here now, joining us on the live stream, going out to X, Rumble, and YouTube, Scott Pressler, founder and executive director of earlyvoteaction.com. Scott, welcome.
Thank you. It's my first Bitcoin conference, my first Bitcoin experience. So
Well,
this is like a trial by fire.
We're happy to have you, and we're glad that you're here learning. Obviously, Donald J. Trump speaking later and
Yes.
sending a big message by being here. So maybe you can tell us, what has that message been, and how has it been received amongst his constituents?
Well, I found that, clearly looking around, we have Make Bitcoin Great Again, and we have Donald Trump speaking. So I think there's definitely a confluence of maybe some of those conservative values here at this Bitcoin conference. But more importantly, I will be actually leading an introduction before Vivek Ramaswamy and Senator Blackburn talking about mobilizing voters. And so that's one thing that I really wanted to bring to this conference is everybody, wants freedom, wants the ability to buy, to trade, etc. But ultimately, if we're going to preserve Bitcoin and people's ability to have that, they need a vote. Because you could very well elect a government that wages a war against Bitcoin, like President Joe Biden has said he would, and we don't have Kamala. She has rejected the opportunity to come here today. And so I want this entire conference to register, to vote, and to preserve the freedom to buy and trade Bitcoin.
Let me ask it maybe a little bit differently. Was there shock or surprise that Donald Trump was here? Obviously, there's been years of negative headlines. That has to have an effect. Are there still reservations amongst people, amongst Republican voters right now about Bitcoin?
I think it's mostly from a place of not understanding what it is. Bring it down respectfully, to a way that people can really understand what that means. Like I'm just learning about sats, like I said to you, and I learned what a halving is.
Oh, okay.
I know, I'm getting there.
What is a halving?
Well, a halving happens like every 4 years, where basically the monetary Bitcoin, it falls, so then the amount that you can actually mine reduces and becomes less and less.
Right, that's how we ensure that there's a fixed monetary policy.
Correct, and I think that's important, especially what we're seeing in society today with inflation, and that the dollar, we can just print that ad infinitum, and so therefore, what makes Bitcoin so revolutionary and different is the fact that it is finite, and therefore it is valuable. And so it'll be interesting if Donald Trump today talks about the fact that this is a currency, not a commodity, and therefore is the government going to stop perhaps even selling Bitcoin? I think that would be very interesting.
Well, obviously, people feeling the pinch out there. Inflation is in the headlines. People are struggling. Do you think the average Republican voter connects Bitcoin to that problem and sees it as a solution, or are they still more of a curiosity?
Here's the connection that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. The reason why I think Republicans and conservatives especially are willing to embrace Bitcoin is because of COVID.
Okay.
Because if you have wrong think, if you think conservatively and the government is controlled by people that feel in opposition to you, well, could they shut off your water, your gas, your banking, which happened to people, you know, after J6 especially, their banking was shut off, that banks wouldn't do business with them. Well, with Bitcoin, that is your ability to still buy and trade and sell, and you're not going to have the government dictating who you can do business with. And I think it really comes down to freedom.
We saw this in Canada as well with the trucker movement. Robert F. Kennedy saying that's what inspired him. So an international problem, would you agree?
Oh, yes. Well, what happened, well, Australia, the United Kingdom, yes, I think this is the last really free bastion, but yes, I would dare say that if we are not careful, we could have a global currency that doesn't allow us to do this.
Let's talk about your personal journey again. Earlyvoteaction.com. You're accepting Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Yes. When was that decision made, and what was the reasoning behind it?
So, Early Vote Action, I am focused on electing Republicans and Donald Trump into office, and I want candidates that are going to be pro-Bitcoin. Now, we're focused on voter registration, and so my org is accepting crypto, and we want to lead the charge on other PACs and political organizations also accepting
Earlyvoteaction.com. We're sending it over to the main stage for a special announcement from Howard Lutnick. You know him as the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. We'll be right back on the desk with the very great Scott Pressler. Stay with us.
So in January of 23, I gave my first interview, and I made it crystal clear that Tether had the money and that we were holding it. It's not another thing. We hold their money. USDT is fundamentally different than USDC because USDT holds treasuries, and primary dealer Cantor Fitzgerald can liquidate those treasuries and meet your redemptions without fail. Think about it. Circle had $3.3 billion of your reserves uninsured in the Silicon Valley Bank when it went bust. Now, I've told you, Tether and USDT holds treasuries, right, which earn like 5.25% interest. Why would you put $3.3 billion in an uninsured bank account earning 25 basis points, 0.25%, and be uninsured? You know, I don't have enough time to stand up here to tell you that story, so if you want to meet me afterward, I'll tell you the story about why I think they had it there. It makes no sense. So obviously, Circle broke the peg hard, as you would expect, and so let's go through this for one more time. So Cantor is one of the largest electronic traders in the world. So I sought to be onboarded with USDC because we trade BTC, we trade USDT, we wanted to trade USDC. And after months and months and months of trying, Circle came back and said we could transact and we could create $1 million of Circle a week. And if we wanted to redeem, we could redeem $500,000 a week. Now, for one of the largest trading firms in the world, you know what that is? That's a joke. That's a trainee for an hour. So the answer was, we tried, and we can't redeem. So I don't know who can, but I would ask you to go check who can redeem with Circle and USDC. So Tether currently has $114 billion in reserves and another $11 billion of their own equity. That's $125 billion in assets, and they make sure they will take care of redeeming and backing one-to-one their reserves. They're the only one. They're US Treasury backed. They have over 80,000 Bitcoin, so they are Bitcoin backed. They have 1,600,000 ounces of gold, so they are gold backed. There is one certain one-to-one backed digital dollar, and the name of that is USDT, and the name of that is Tether. So you know my story now. You know my brother was killed. Sorry, you know my brother was killed by jihad. And so was my best friend, 658 people I cared about. So Cantor Fitzgerald knows jihad. So can you imagine a competitor of Tether saying that Tether is associated with jihad? Let me make it crystal clear. We would never, ever be associated with a company that has anything to do with jihad. And it disgusts me. It disgusts me. Someone parked a truck in front of my office saying Tether is associated with Hamas. What a bunch of crap. Seriously, outrageous and knowingly false. Knowingly false. Amazing. They said that Tether is owned by Chinese people. It's not true. It's owned by Giancarlo. He's Italian. Okay? There's a difference. So I want to be unequivocal. Okay? Tether does what it says it does. It has one-to-one. It's onboarded with 150 law enforcement agencies around the world. Why do I know that? Because when we formed our relationship with them, we helped them onboard those institutions. We helped them do it. As you all know, every transaction on the blockchain is traceable, and Tether will seize any amount of coin that is involved in illicit activity. They will be caught. So whoever said things about Tether, they're knowingly false, they know it's wrong, and it needs to go away. All right, so why do I care about all this stuff, right? I run Cantor Fitzgerald. Why do I care? Because I care about America and dollar hegemony, the dollar being everywhere in the world. So you've got $100+ billion held in Argentina, Venezuela, and Turkey. If we go to a taxi right now in Argentina and try to pay, they'll take Tether. If you go to Turkey and go to a grocer, they'll take Tether because they don't want the local fiat currency because we all know it devalues massively. So I care about the 300 million wallets that hold Tether because those 300 million wallets are financing the U.S. Treasury's debt, right? They're buying, every time someone buys Tether, Tether buys a Treasury bill, and we're financing the U.S. Treasury's debt. So emerging market distribution of USDT is fundamental for backing our debt in our country, which helps us live in this beautiful way. So let me talk Bitcoin for a little bit. I want to be clear. I am a fan of Bitcoin. Of course, do I own Bitcoin? Of course I do. Cantor Fitzgerald and all of its partners are a fan of Bitcoin. Does Cantor Fitzgerald own Bitcoin? A shed load of Bitcoin. My view is Bitcoin, like gold, should be free to trade everywhere in the world. And as the largest wholesaler in the world, we are going to do everything in our power to make it so. Bitcoin is the same as gold, and Bitcoin should trade the same as gold everywhere in the world, without exception and without limitation. So Cantor is a rock star in the digital space, right? We support miners, we support power companies, we support data centers. We're here to support you if you're in the business of digital assets and crypto. We are here to support you. People, when I just walked in here, there were people coming up to me saying, thanks for the research, smartest research, best research. We're going to do all sorts of things that take care of you. So we are an investment bank that works hard for digital assets. We've raised billions of dollars, billions, for crypto and digital companies. I'll give you an example. Raised $100 million for BitDeer, 200 million for TerraWolf, Riot, Cypher. You know, we have a huge list. So if you want to do business in this space, you'll call us and you'll talk to us, and we'll take care of you. We host an amazing crypto conference in Miami in November. Not like this, though. This is like rock star, man. This is like the best. Okay. So why do I say all this in front of you? Because today I have an announcement to make. Cantor Fitzgerald is here to announce that we are launching a Bitcoin financing business. We will offer leverage to those who own Bitcoin. We are going to launch with $2 billion of lending. And once we put out the $2 billion of lending, we will go up in increments of $2 billion. You have to realize Cantor and BGC, its largest wholesaler, we finance and arrange vast amounts. And we are going to now build that ecosystem for Bitcoin. So the moral of the story is we are going to welcome Bitcoin into the financing family of the global financial markets, and Cantor Fitzgerald is going to be your sponsor. We will build the best platform for financing Bitcoin. We will work with the best custodians. We are committed to your ecosystem of Bitcoin. So, in closing, we are Cantor Fitzgerald, and we will support Bitcoin. Thank you, everybody.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken. See what crypto can be.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin. It's like a good church.
It's an ethical ideology. There are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale, the last day of Bitcoin 2024. You just heard from Howard Lutnick, CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald. Still to come, Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States. Now, our panel breaking down everything that's happening on stage and, of course, all the excitement around election 2024. Here we've got the very great Scott Pressler, founder and executive director of earlyvoteaction.com. And to his left, joining us now, Natalie Brunell, host of Coin Stories.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited
Obviously,
to
the topic here is everyone here is energized about Donald J. Trump coming to speak later at 2 p.m. Scott, I want to start with you and the argument that you've made that Bitcoin might be inherently conservative and your appeal to Bitcoin voters to vote for the conservatives.
Well, I want to preface by saying I think Bitcoin should be used and is for everyone. And I think ultimately, while people might have a fiduciary responsibility while they're here for finance, I think ultimately people are involved in Bitcoin and crypto because of its pursuit of freedom, of non-government regulation, of the ability to buy and trade and sell without the government being in our business. And so therefore, I would argue that at its heart, at its core, Bitcoin is inherently conservative because it's pro-freedom.
Well, a lot of people here are frustrated by the partisan nature, maybe the perception of this conference. Now, would you agree with Scott, inherently conservative, Bitcoin?
No, I think that Bitcoin is neutral and apolitical. It's one of the things I really like about this technology, that it's maybe the one thing that can bring us together at a time when we've never been more divided and polarized. I honestly miss the days when I was younger and I didn't know a person's political preference and I didn't prejudge them, and we got to a point of such extremes that in the last couple of years I feel like it's broken friendships, it's broken family bonds if you voted for one person over another. And when you strip away some of the, I don't know, ideological things that everyone's focusing on, people at their core are very similar, right? You probably want to be free. You want to acquire the wealth or the ability to take care of your family and take care of your future generations. So many people sacrifice so much, not for themselves, but to make their children's lives or their grandchildren's lives better, or the people around them. I know that was my family story with the American Dream, and I want us to come together on something that really empowers us to have opportunity and exchange value with one another in a system that's fair, not so corrupted and manipulated at its core that ultimately it concentrates so much wealth at the top at the expense of everyone else, because that does lead to that type of populism and division that we see.
Well, let me, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me make a message then. If at its core, if this is about unity and that we want freedom and finance for everybody, then my message to those people that are not here at this conference is, how about we welcome maybe people across the aisle. I know that we have 2 presidential candidates that are speaking or have spoken here at the conference, and 1 candidate did not. And I hope in the future, maybe some of those other people will come and join Bitcoin and say loudly and proudly they will not wage a war against Bitcoin. That's what we want to hear. That's what the voter wants to hear in general.
Well,
and so I welcome that unity.
Of course, on the stage just minutes ago on the live desk before both of our guests now, John Deaton running for Senate. His appeal to voters, how do we fix these problems that the Bitcoin and crypto industry are facing if we don't vote Republican, Natalie?
Again, I think that point is not voting Republican or Democrat. It's voting for freedom. It's voting for property rights. It's voting for opportunity and a fair set of rules, no rulers. And it will actually make government more accountable. I think so many people have lost trust in all of the institutions, both government as well as media, which is my background. And in order to fix that, I think you have to return a sense of accountability. And you won't do that when you have power, especially economic power, that has become so concentrated that, again, a few people benefit from it. They're able to capitalize and create these monopolies, and then the special interest machine that finances the donations that elect people, that gets going. It's just sort of the momentum flows, and all of a sudden you can't break it because it's concentrated that much power. So I hope that Bitcoin brings more accountability. It shrinks government from this welfare state that's intervening in everybody's lives, and returns also more personal accountability on us. Because if we're gonna, it's like that, what do they say on airplanes, right? You got to put the oxygen mask on yourself before you help someone else. We have to take self-responsibility and stop looking to saviors that are going to ride in and promise us things for the next election, when really they are basically coming into office and staying there the tenures like 40 years and not getting anything changed. So we need to hold them more accountable, and I think it starts with holding ourselves more accountable.
Scott, your response to Natalie's thoughts?
I agree. It is about accountability, and ultimately it's power to the people, power of the purse. But I would argue that holding people accountable is by also being a voter and being involved not only in Bitcoin and growing your personal wealth and personal property, but by voting, we can hold those government people accountable by, for example, why are we not abolishing property taxes? Why are we making sure that there is no government regulation on Bitcoin, et cetera? And so I would argue that the two are actually really hand in glove, and that they come together.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about those friction points. Obviously, cultures colliding here. There is this idea that Bitcoin might be competitive with the US dollar, right, Natalie, or even might undermine it to some extent.
Well, if people remember President Trump's early comments about Bitcoin, that was one of his issues. And no, I don't see this as a zero-sum game, at least not at the start. The dollar is so entrenched in the global financial system, and I think of it more as the currency that is the chosen medium of exchange. It is losing some of its monopoly over other currencies because of all the debt that we've accumulated, and so other countries are turning to, well, first of all, central banks are acquiring gold at record levels, and countries are starting to make deals for things like oil in other currencies. But for now, I think the US dollar will remain the reserve currency, and I think Bitcoin is the best store of value asset that people can peacefully opt into as the best savings technology. And me personally, although I like to support Bitcoin businesses, I prefer to spend
Falabella presenta Basement por Tana Rendón.
Strengthen the US dollar, but I also do think that we are moving into a more multipolar world where countries will be competing, and maybe there will be a little bit more diversification in terms of reserves, including Bitcoin being that neutral reserve asset.
Scott, obviously Republicans want to support the dollar, right? So how do you enter Bitcoin in that conversation?
Well, I would say, I mean, I'm a little bit of a neophyte. I'm not going to lie that I'm not green to this, but I would say the best argument for Bitcoin is that, to my understanding, it's inflation proof, right? Where there is a finite supply versus our federal government, which seems to have an endless supply of just printing dollars, and so therefore the value of the dollar isn't what it was 50 years ago, et cetera. And I think that would be the biggest and strongest argument that you are going to be able to keep more of your money and your packet, and that it's actually worth what it is.
Well, that's why it's so strategic, because if a country adopts Bitcoin as a reserve asset, that is something that no one can confiscate, you can't be censored, and no one is going to inflate it away. And I think that countries have seen what we're doing to treasuries, and we're going to have to keep issuing more units of dollars in order to keep this system afloat, and that's why they're moving away from it, and Bitcoin is that perfect alternative. Most people don't understand it yet.
Well, sending it back to the domain, just a few moments. Wrapping up with our panel here, I want to talk about the personal aspects of voting and the idea that Bitcoin voters should single-issue voters. Your quick thoughts, Natalie. Should people be voting just Bitcoin this election?
I'm a freedom maximalist. Vote with your heart. Do your homework, first of all. It's in the same way that I think people have to understand Bitcoin, know what you're investing in. Also know your candidate. A lot of people don't do their homework. They just kind of see a couple commercials, or they recognize the name on the ballot. They don't look at actually the proposals that are before them. And I think it's important to question your own beliefs to strengthen them, or maybe you'll change your mind.
Scott, maybe your message to the Bitcoin single issue voter out there?
Well, I don't want to necessarily take it from that perspective. I don't think anyone should be a single issue voter. But what I love seeing from Donald Trump being here today is clearly Donald Trump is courting the Bitcoin vote. His presence here, him coming here, is saying to you he is going to end the war on Bitcoin, that he wants your vote, he wants to earn it, he is pro-freedom, and really you hit the nail on the head of being censorship as well. That when it comes to banking, we have seen if you have wrong think, if you have a political thought is in opposition to the government, they could very well shut down your bank. And so that's why Bitcoin is so important, because it is the overarching theme of Bitcoin is freedom. Finance is freedom.
Of course, we're just hours away from a former president taking the stage at Bitcoin 2024. History will be made. Stay tuned on the live stream on X and Rumble. We're going to send it back to the Nakamoto stage. Government out of control. Nothing stops this train. That's the panel moderated by the great Guy Swan. We'll be right back after this panel.
We're going off of a cliff. This is all, like, it's just a matter of time, and time, I'm not talking 20 or 30 years. I'm saying, like, in the next few years, this whole game of musical chairs is up, and I think that's, for you Bitcoin people, I mean, I know you guys have had, like, a crazy run, but the potential for what you guys have over these next few years is going to be, like, the sky is the limit. So that's the cool thing that is cool about this whole conference.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke? I'm going to be a lot drier than you, Dave. That's easy for me to do. No, I think you touched on the interest point, and that's exactly, I think, a key to the issue. Something I track is the percentage of U.S. tax receipts that are spent on entitlements, interest, and defense. And in 2016, I was looking at it, and it was about 65% of tax receipts. And I said, okay, well, when these three numbers get to 100%, stuff will start to get real. We might start to have a problem. And I kind of ran out based on sort of just straight line run rates of each respective item. And I said, okay, maybe 2020 is when we'll get to that. We got to it in the third quarter of 18. And then 2020 hit, and we sort of went into.
Desde 1989 creamos la belleza sin probar nuestros productos en animales.
So literally, you hear all the time, we just need to cut spending. We're spending 120% of tax receipts on just 3 line items: entitlements, uncuttable; defense, third rail; and interest, which in theory is up, is up in a low small because we're trying to fight inflation. So we're actually making the problem worse by fighting inflation because it is already so high. So I think your summary is exactly right. That's what I think of as just pace at which these 3 line items have gone from 60% to 120%. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, and I don't know, if you guys, I know Trump's coming here in a little bit, and listen, I'm sure there's Trump supporters here. First off, I will say it's so great that he's coming here to talk to you guys. Like, give him credit for that. He's coming to earn your vote. Respect that. But man, like, does he need it from you guys? Because I don't even think he gets it, but just the other day speech where he was like, interests are so high, when I'm in there, they'll be low again. And you're like,
really low, really low.
That's really not the answer either, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable how bad and quickly this can steamroll. Like, I feel like, it seemed to be like a social insanity. Like, that there was actually outrage about like a $700 billion spending bill and the bailouts in 2007, 2009 era. That was a huge deal and enormous outrage. Now we just like kind of casually talk about $3 trillion, $6 trillion in a year. And we can't even, I read a piece on the show.
We need to get that Obama fiscal sanity back.
Like, how ridiculous is that? But it's true. We would actually some degree of fiscal sanity if we went back to what sanity used to mean. And I read a piece that was just talking about like what just a master class and a Ponzi scheme that we're actually dealing with from a financial standpoint, because not only can we not afford our debt, but we are rolling over debt with new debt and issuing new debt on top of it to pay for the interest on the old debt that we're rolling over, and the only people who are buying it is our own central bank. With how could you...
This is the Mr. Brownstone economic...
What?
I used to do a little, but wouldn't do it, so the little got more...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if we're all going to be honest, look, the government loots all of you people, and then they propagandize your children to worship them for doing it. Pretty impressive, really, if you think about it.
Good. Excellent work.
And then think about the result of all of that. So speaking of out of control, right? Out of control spending, you meant culturally, but it's the growth and the trajectory of size of the government.
Yep.
And that's part of the reason why the spending and the fiscal spending is so out of control. Right. So if you think about that just in size of sheer numbers, if you go back to 1970, before we got off the gold standard, the U.S. government was spending about $4,500 per person. Today, the U.S. government is spending about $19,500 per person. So the size of the government is expanded at a rapid rate. In the book Anatomy of the State, Rothbard talks about the state is somebody. If you guys haven't read that book, anybody read that book, Anatomy of the State? It's like a booklet you can read in like an hour. You totally should.
There's audio on Bitcoin Audible. You can listen to it.
Yeah, check out Guy reads it. You should listen to it on the way home. But he talks about how the purpose of the state is to not end, and more importantly, to always continue to grow. Mm-hmm. And so now, it's not that it's just out of control spending, defense spending, interest spending, but now they have to get involved into every cultural part of our lives, micromanage every minutia detail of how we talk, hate speech or whatever it is. So the growth of the government is out of control.
Yeah.
And it's always, the culture war stuff is always easier for people to deal in. Because
easy to digest.
You don't have to really know anything in order to get into a fight about like transgender bathrooms or something like that. And so everybody always gravitates to that. Like if you were to look on Twitter or something like that, you would think the big battle of our time is between like leftists believe gender is a social construct and like adcons who think women's space is in the kitchen. Yeah. When both of those views combined represent 1% of the United States of America. I don't even know cultural views of all 4 people on the panel, but I guarantee neither of us fit into either of those boxes. Right. Like, you know what I mean? And then like this stuff, dealing with like the fiscal implications of where we are or the monetary policy, that's really hard. You got books and you have to really think about it, you know. But for people here, kind of in that world, and it is so important these issues get pushed into the fore, because this is what actually matters. This is why empires collapse, you know? And so...
And it's working. I mean, just, you know, Paul really, I think, brought the Fed to the forefront just, what, in 2009? Yeah, give it up for Ron. And, you know...
There is so much love for that guy. It's been, what, 20 years?
And Luke could probably answer this better than me, but I just don't remember the word fiat or inflation being used in everyday normal lives. Like, normal people didn't talk about these types of things. And to Dave's point, we're pushing it into the forefront. And now it's normal language, and people are starting to understand the mechanisms. And now we can finally kind of push back on that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I wanted to, especially in social and Twitter and Nostr and like all these things, like I feel like there's a huge mixed bag about how people feel about this conference. And like the fact that, you know, Bitcoin's purpose is the separation of money and state, right? This is about reining them in, and then Trump's on in 2 hours. You know, we got presidential candidates, we got campaign promises, we got politicians galore. Like, and a lot of people are like, is this captured? Is Bitcoin a super PAC now? You know, like, and I'm curious, what do you make of this? Because I've heard a lot of different perspectives, and I'm curious kind of how you see where we are in this transition, and how do you make of kind of the insanity that has really just arisen in this environment in the last like 3 to 4 months?
I think the fact that 2 of the 3 major political or presidential candidates are here is, I think it reflects the growing political power, to your point about it being a super PAC. But I don't know that that's the only reason. I think there is a growing recognition in the halls of power in Washington that recognize the mathematical realities that we just discussed in the first 10 minutes. And I think they are starting to recognize the possible utility of Bitcoin as a least worst way of managing through what is looking increasingly like it's going to be a difficult, bumpy ride for the next 4 to 6 years. And so I think that's a bigger part of it. I'm sure there's, you know, just sort of the base political, hey, Bitcoiners have a lot of money at 70,000 a coin, and, you know, I want to tap that for my campaign. But I do think there is a much greater recognition than most people realize at high levels in Washington that we have a problem, and we don't have a problem in 5 years or 10 years or maybe not even in 2 years. We have a problem very soon.
Now, yeah.
I think in regards to separation of money and state, which that's something I'm very passionate about. I know, Guy, you know, we've talked about this extensively. And when I think about that, I think about removing the money from the hands of the state. Now, why do we have politics here at this event is kind of the question that Guy is posing. And I would say, when I think about separation of money and state, it's more about the state being able to create money at will. We want to take away the ink from the money printer and prevent them and force some fiscal responsibility back, right? Prevent that creep of the government, because they can always print money for never-ending wars and more cultural programs. However, that doesn't mean we need to abstain from politics. If anything, we, as Bitcoiners who value freedom above everything, should be taking the power back of the political system. So it's not about trying to abstain and go live on a hill, on a rock, and, you know, we say that Bitcoin will fix everything, but no. You can't just go take your Bitcoin, hide on a hill, and then Bitcoin magically fixes it. We have to do the work. And so we have to be involved in politics. I think we should unite as a super PAC. I think we should be involved in politics, but take the printing ability away from the government. That's the separation I'm here for.
100%. So that essentially is the only reason why I love Bitcoin. Like, I know there's different reasons why other people like it, and a lot of people have gotten rich off it, and I'm a capitalist. I'm not against getting rich. Good for you guys. If any of you guys have gotten really rich off it, give me money. But I don't like the slogan, Bitcoin fixes everything. I've tried to use it on my wife when she's mad at me, and it doesn't work. So, like,
that's the
You gave her some, maybe.
But she's like, you didn't check in and you were out all night, and I'm like, Bitcoin fixes this.
It's okay.
Like, it's not.
It's okay.
But the whole game to me, right? Like why I love Bitcoin and why I think it's so like the potential is so limitless is because like the more you learn about money and government control of money, you realize that that is the whole game. Everything else flows from that. Every evil thing that government does is only because they control the money supply. Like take an evil thing that government does. And I'll explain how it's because they control the money supply, you know? Like, I mean, just think about like, okay, we fought like a catastrophic 20-year war in Afghanistan that literally killed hundreds of thousands of people, cost trillions of dollars, and thousands of our bravest young boys died, and then tens of thousands committed suicide in the wake of the war, right? Well, just like imagine if they couldn't print the money for that war. Right. Imagine if they had to tax the American people every month for the war in Afghanistan. You think that thing would have lasted 20 years?
No way.
You'd have been lucky to get it through a year before the people would have demanded a result. Like, what are you doing here? I mean, just imagine trying to do the lockdowns of 2020 if they couldn't just print trillions of dollars and pass them out. That people wouldn't have taken it. They would have been like, no, we're going back to work. We're not doing this. It's only because they control the money that they can get away with tyranny. And listen, like personally, like when I came up as a child of the Ron Paul presidential campaigns. Like that's how I got interested in all of this stuff. And Ron Paul would always talk about the gold standard at the time. And don't get me wrong, I think a gold standard would be much better than what we have right now. The problem is that historically, what do nations do when they're gold standard and they need to fight a war? Just suspend the gold standard. So the difference that what Bitcoin brings is the decentralization. If you were truly on a Bitcoin standard, someone in Washington D.C. couldn't just say, we're going off coin standard now. That's the power that Bitcoin has, that you can actually have a chance at separating money in the state. And that is the most important thing in the world today.
I do want to just add,
1,000%.
Yeah, go ahead. I do want to add, Dave, the irony of what Dave said. Started by saying he doesn't like that Bitcoin's everything, but then he went on to describe all the ways Bitcoin
fixes everything.
It doesn't fix everything, just war and tyranny.
Yeah. And this used to be known, right? Like you can go back to 1948, you can find it online. Warren Buffett's father, Congressman Howard Buffett, wrote a missive, gold convertible money is essential to freedom. That was the title of the, human depends on gold convertible currency. And, to your point, the gold convertible is a point of risk that had been removed by Bitcoin, as you said. So it literally is the whole game. All the other stuff is just noise to distract from control printer.
Again, though, if you're out all night and don't call your wife, Bitcoin is not going to help you. So I'm just saying. Take that.
It's her Bitcoin then.
But the wild thing about it is that, like, when you look at exactly why it is that money is at the source of everything, is because that, like, all power is about the control of resources. All power is about the control of energy, about our energy, what we actually exert toward. And if we are working for something that someone can print for free, then we are literally working for them. Like, not by choice. We are being coerced into always provide our energy for them for nothing in return, explicitly. And the kind of the crazy thing in kind of what you were saying in like breaking down like what the cost, the true cost of all this is just in totality. Like when we're talking about like a systemic fraud in like a counterfeit situation, is that the problem is a systemic problem. You know, some people will talk to me about how, like, oh, we got to deal with fractional reserve in like a bank or in an exchange, or the ETF might have some IOUs. But at the end of the day, we know what happens with fractional reserve on top of the Bitcoin standard. It's Mt. Gox. It's FTX. Go out of business. They die. They do not survive at length. Fractional reserve doesn't work if you sound money to at the end of the day. What's happened is that the government system where they have to adhere to reality.
No consequence.
There's no consequence. There's systemic pushback at the very lowest. They have a total and fraud over everything that they lie about, all of their errors. They can always just paper over it.
They did until Bitcoin.
Until Bitcoin. And like you said, that is the problem that Bitcoin is solving.
Well, by the way, just in case you guys know, is that he orange, and he was the one he cast, and I was loosely familiar. I knew a lot of people were into it, but if you're like, you went on this powerful things I ever heard. When your money is fake, your world is fake, and that there's so much. Like, when you really think about it, money is almost 50% of every transaction. I mean, I guess there's sometimes you trade things for that, but for the overwhelming majority of the time, every economic interaction that you have is trading something for money. And it's like that money itself is a lie. Yeah. Like almost every single day you go out and you trade a lie for a freaking vape that I have to go buy after this because they wouldn't let me bring it in to the building.
Thanks, TSA.
I'm going to go trade a lie for nicotine. Something so real as nicotine. I have to trade a lie for that. And there's a profound way in which that corrodes like the national soul when everything you're doing is based off of a scam.
Well, because we believe that money is neutral. It's like a tool. So money could be used for good or money could be used for bad. It's how I use it, but not necessarily. Because the money system that we have today, that would be true for a sound money. But on a fiat money system, it's built on theft, inflation being theft. It's built on lies and deceit. So then anything built on that system is inherently evil, unfortunately, and it creates all types of perverse outcomes. Luke and I were talking about earlier how the financial system has distorted the entire workforce to where now essential things we need, like welding bridges and building planes that don't fall out of the sky, are deprioritized so we can go work in derivatives trading that does absolutely nothing and provides no value to the world. And so this lies, theft, and deceit has perverted the entire system that we have.
The bloating of the financial system. The bloating of the financial system is the worst because all of the new money gets funneled through in a bond, in a loan, and it basically allows them to just consume. And then what are they going to do? They're just going to lend it to giant corporations. And everybody's like, I hate big corporations. It's like big corporations are massive because they have access to money that the rest of us don't have. They get a price that's just not real, and everything just funnels up to them. And you think about, like, go back like 30 or 40 years, the size of the financial sector as a portion of the economy has grown. Like, that it's a way to, there's nothing about finance is inherently valuable in itself. It's managing real resources. That means that it takes us twice as much of our time and energy to do the same job as we used to do.
Well, it's a parasitic industry, right?
And think about it. How many people get pulled into that industry, right? Like, look, if you're a doctor, I mean, like your average doctor's salary, they make like a couple $100,000 or something like that.
Specialists about 300 now.
Yeah. Okay. So like, let's just say $300,000 or something like that, which is like not a bad salary to be making, but it's not, with today's prices, it's not like you're rich if you're making $300,000 a year. You'll bang out your mortgage payment, you'll send your kid to a private school, maybe you take a vacation, and you're out of money at the end of the year. Like that's basic. Yet you could go become a multimillionaire on Wall Street. So now all of these, like all the young talent, we're pulling in to this like phony industry that does nothing to create real wealth for people. Whereas like all of like, and nothing against anyone in finance, I understand.
We hate you all.
No, listen, make your money. You know what I mean? Like, you got to make your money. I mean, you're a part of something evil, but make your money in that evil thing. You're destroying the greatest nation ever built. But no,
make your money.
It's not you. But how much talent is there on Wall Street that if it wasn't for this being such a big part of the economy, they'd be out there actually being productive and improving everybody's life. It's tragic what they've done to us.
I was telling Mark before, right? I know of a situation where there's a medical professional who trained for 16 or 18 years to operate on one of the most sensitive part of the human body. It's probably one of a few thousand people do it globally. And they left that to become a hedge fund analyst in healthcare because they could make more money without the legal risk.
And I was joking before, I don't begrudge that guy. He's trying to give his family the best life he can.
It makes sense. He is simply reacting to the perverted incentives of the system.
And I mean, is he supposed to give that up when that's good for him? Like, that's the whole thing, right? Guide us in the wrong direction to do what's best for us, which becomes at odds with the rest of society, because the price signal for what everyone actually values is bullshit.
So let's
It's
flip
just
this
a
for a
lie.
second, guy, because we're running down on time
Yeah, we are
here,
running out of
and
time.
this sounds really bad and really scary. But talking about broken incentives, imagine the difference. Imagine the shift in the world when we fix the incentive system and we have the best doctors in the world, the most highly trained, like Luke just said, and rather than going into trading derivatives at a hedge fund, focus on life-changing, life-saving technologies, life-saving medicines or surgeries or whatever it is, and then how much more value can be put forward into the world. So we're really on the precipice of a massive shift. You know, we call it like a Renaissance 2.0, if you will, a sound money system with an information boom, changing the incentive structure, and we have massive growth and massive hope ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just, I would just, because that's such a good point, that it's like you also recognize, I mean, there's so much beauty around us. It's so amazing to be alive today. Like, I'll tell my son had a congenital heart defect that if I had lived at any time except for the last 20 years, I would have lost my son. And he's fine. He's going to live a totally normal life now because the things they can do today are incredible. We have all this amazing stuff around us. If we just fixed the money, we could live in an unprecedented boom time.
Just do more of that.
You can't even imagine. It would be considered magic 100 years ago to have what we have now. And we've got the answer. And it's cool to have a group of people who all know what it is coming together, you know?
Hell yeah. Well, maybe since we're really short on time, maybe just close this out with, 2020 it felt like a turning point. Both for the government kind of just going unrestricted, like you're going to do what we say, and when someone brings up your rights, it's not even something we pander to anymore, it's something we laugh at, and we accuse you of being selfish because you're not doing what the state wants you to. So we have moved aggressively in the wrong direction in kind of one realm. But at the same time, many millions of people woke up and they were like, what in the hell is happening here? And we've kind of got these two paths, and maybe my question is simply, are we going down both of these paths at the same time? Is one winning, or are we just separating into two worlds? Like maybe give me a little bit of hope or a little bit of realism for where you think we are in this.
Well, listen, I'll just say this. I'll be quick, and then you guys can finish. But I'd say this, right? And I've been a very sharp critic of Donald Trump for years, and many of his policies that I didn't agree with, both domestic and foreign policy. The fact that Donald Trump is the candidate who the entire corporate media is telling you you're not allowed to support that guy. The CIA and the big banks and big pharma and all the power centers are saying you're not allowed to support that guy. And that he is winning so dominantly right now is such a great sign for this country.
Yeah.
If nothing else, just that people are like, screw you, we're not listening to you. I love that.
Yeah, I think there was somebody made a comment that I thought was great, was like, appreciate someone if they have the right enemies.
I've said many times, if the media wanted Trump out of the race, they should just endorse him.
That's great.
But, in terms of the two paths,
that would probably work.
I think we're running two parallel paths. I've been calling it on podcasts with Mark, and we're riding two horses with one ass. And it's ultimately, you can only ride one horse with one ass. And the horses are increasingly bolting in two different directions. And I think this is true of the fiscal side and the economic side, which is where I've mainly used the terms, but I think it's true socially, et cetera. And so I think we can ride these two horses with one ass for a bit longer, but a decision point is coming. And I think what we decide is in part the actions everybody takes individually in terms of how you vote with your wallet with a Bitcoin, who you vote for, how you act locally, how you raise your children. I mean, it's not one thing. I mean, the biggest thing people can do is raise your children well. That's the biggest, raise your children well, the problem will fix itself. So I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic that that, you know.
And I would add, Guy said it perfectly, and I agree with, like, the tide, as I always say, the pendulum is starting to swing back. And he said that a lot of people woke up, 2020 was a big wake-up call for a lot of people, but really what the state wants, if you look at the Bolshevik Revolution or you look at Mao's Great Leap Forward, the state wants to censor you, they want to keep you quiet, and they want everyone to conform in a perfect box. And the reason why is because if one person can break out of that, if they can break through into living truth as opposed to living a lie, everyone else can see that, and they want that as well. And we've been sort of in this censored bubble, if you will, and Elon Musk has been standing against the world in the front of that and has shifted the window just a little bit. It's not open censorship. I mean, there's still censorship, but just a little bit has started to change it. Now we have Mark Zuckerberg who's like, oh, wait a minute. I guess I could stand up a little bit to this. And as Luke said, it's about our kids, but it's about each one of us. And so I like to say that your silence makes you complicit. And so you don't have to stand up and be vocal, but you could at least cast doubt. Oh, I'm not sure if I agree with that. But it's about us all waking up one by one. It's us all standing up to the face of that, at least casting doubt, if not opposing it directly. Yeah. And we'll shift that tide back.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, guys, without a doubt, the government is out of control. I think we recognize this. We see it in a million different ways. But I tell you what, every time I go to a Bitcoin conference and I come hang out with people, I feel like it gets more and more wild just every single time. And it's absolutely crazy that I was just chatting with my brother while we were walking over here, that we found Bitcoin in 2011. And we were sitting in our trailer, poor nobodies, like just talking about this thing, and we described this day. We described the fact that, like, eventually it was going to be here, and it's just so unreal to actually see it. And everybody that I talk to is absolutely as busy as they can be. Everybody's got 10 projects. Everybody's trying to build everything under the sun. And I swear to God, if the government can be reined in, like, it's gonna happen with this group of people. Like, if it can happen, why not us? Why not us? So, I just want to say thank you guys. Dave, it's so awesome to actually finally meet you in person, brother.
Yes, it's great to meet you in person.
Luke, Mark, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Have a great rest of the day.
Oh, that went by quick.
Have one by
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 happening today. You saw Howard Lutnick, CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald, Ro Khanna, Democratic Congressman from California, still to come, Marsha Blackburn, Vivek Ramaswamy, and, of course, what everyone is here for, and the lines that are stretching around the venue, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We've got an all-star panel now coming from the opposite political spectrum. Jason Mayer to my left, author of The Progressive Case for Bitcoin, available at Bitcoin Magazine books at bitcoinmagazine.com. And to his left, Bradley Redler, Associate Professor of Philosophy at the University of Wyoming.
That's right.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Obviously, want to talk about the feeling around this venue, about what's going on. Red hats everywhere. We saw earlier a man holding a sign, Scamala. Obviously, there's dissatisfaction with the current administration here at Bitcoin 2024. So let's get into the message that Trump is sending by being here and just what you're feeling as people who are coming from the Democratic persuasion. Jason.
Sure. So I think the fact that Trump has embraced Bitcoin is a really a wake-up call for people on the left, Democrats, who actually care about getting elected and really want to see this technology blossom. So I was very happy today to see examples of Democratic Congress people on the stage, main stage Bitcoin conference, talking about a crypto reset, Bitcoin reset, common sense regulation that goes along with Bitcoin. From the left, and I do feel like we have a lot of great news and optimism that there will be a reset, and the Harris campaign might actually be more open than we thought to some of these ideas.
Well, Democrats on stage today calling for a great reset, but let's be honest, Bradley, it's the conversations are tough right now. How is it in your life, just the idea that you're coming to a conference that Donald J. Trump is speaking at?
Yeah, it's difficult to explain in the same sentence why I am in favor of Bitcoin and why Donald Trump is in favor of Bitcoin. But I think that when I explain the reasons I'm in favor of it, people get it. And when I talk to my students who are young and a combination of conservative and liberal, I'm at the University of Wyoming, they immediately understand why a private, censorship-resistant digital cash is important. I think it's a mistake to think that President Trump understands Bitcoin very well, but what he does understand is what people have told him about Bitcoin and just how many people are in favor of it and how many people disagree with the current administration's policies. Hopefully, Kamala Harris can take that on board as well, and people can explain to her why the progressive case for Bitcoin is such an important case to make.
Well, conservative activists on stage earlier today, Scott Pressler, his argument to the people on the desk watching at home on YouTube, X, and Rumble that Bitcoin is inherently conservative, that it's pro-freedom, it requires less government, and that people who are conservative should be pro-Bitcoin, and the people who are liberal are naturally not. Jason, your reaction?
Couldn't disagree more. I feel like, things like freedom and transparency and all of the values that Bitcoin stands for fits perfectly well within a progressive mind frame, and that's why I work so hard to just educate people as much as I can about how you can view Bitcoin through really any lens that you want. And if you see a problem in the world, and our current financial system is a problem in the world, Bitcoin has a response to that.
But Bitcoin, as the nature of it, the technology just has less government involvement, right? It removes the government's ability, or it is a system of money without a government in it, and thus is new. Brad, your take?
In my opinion, I think that people link too closely progressivism with government involvement, and the early progressive movement was not about governments. It was a system built alongside governments because people recognized that governments were not serving who they were supposed to be serving, and that is obviously still the case. So I think the progressive case for Bitcoin is not a pro-government case. It's particular progressive issues that we think Bitcoin actually helps with.
Well, obviously, Joe Biden resigning or dropping out of the 2024 race. How does a new nominee undo the mistakes of the Biden administration? Jason, what are you saying?
Yeah, so I feel like it's a perfect opportunity to actually do the reset that we've been talking about. We heard this morning the Democratic Congress, like groups of Democrats are actually reaching out to the DNC to push these pro-crypto, pro-Bitcoin like policies at the party level. So I'm optimistic about that. And just, to speak to the progressive values, I feel like Bitcoin is a tool that will allow us to have a more efficient, more fair, more transparent government.
Not that we need more government, but it will allow us to actually have a better functioning government.
Going quickly to our roving reporter in just a minute, but want to stick with our panel right now. This idea that Bitcoin voters are single-issue voters, and the risk that if Democrats don't appeal to these single-issue voters, they could lose a crucial swing vote. Bradley, your take on the idea, what should the Democrats be afraid of losing the Bitcoin vote?
I think that it would be great to have more polling on how many people are single-issue voters on Bitcoin or crypto. I think the polling data does tell us that a lot of people who own Bitcoin consider it very important that the administration that they vote for has positive Bitcoin policies. And so I think it's important for the candidates to understand what people are thinking about with respect to Bitcoin, as well as the other issues that they're interested in. And if it turns out that a lot of people are single-issue Bitcoin voters, then they need to know that as well. And so hopefully they have polling out there that will tell them.
Jason, your quick thoughts. Should Democrats be concerned that they might lose Bitcoin voters? Is that a crucial swing vote in your opinion?
Yeah, it is actually. And I wrote my book and I talk to progressives about Bitcoin all the time because I was hoping that it wouldn't come to pass, right? I was hoping that we could get Democrats on board with a Bitcoin before it became a political football. I haven't given up complete hope for that. I think that we now have an uphill battle for that, but I do think it's possible and important for any politician on the left to understand the power of this community and what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, election 2024 alive and well at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. We're going to go now to our roving reporter, Q Gamies, out here on the conference floor in the middle of the electricity, taking you inside the action right now. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Rizzo. I'm here now with Joey Garcia, the Director and Chief Legal at Zappo Bank, to tell you guys a little bit more about Zappo and its unique offering.
So look, Zappo's been in the space for a long time, right? We were the biggest Bitcoin custodian in the world. We are a Bitcoin native business that's become a bank. So let's call it Bitcoin private banking. Developed back in the old days, we were, as I said, the largest. We sold the institutional business to Coinbase to focus on that retail market. And now, where do people keep, store? What is the value proposition to protect and grow your wealth with a Bitcoin asset exposure? In a way that's integrated to your bank account and the services you need. Let's call it the bridge between the Bitcoin world and the banking world, the secure banking world. That's what we do, and we're very proud of the offering. We're the only company in the world really to be able to do that. So we're talking about fully blockchain integrated payment rails, stablecoin payment integrators to your bank account, and secure exposure to BTC in a savings account that's earning interest to you at no risk. So we're Bitcoin native, gone into banking. We're not a bank looking to explore exposure to BTC. That's our identity, that's who we are. We've been in the game for a long time and we're here to stay.
Amazing. Back to you guys at the desk.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024, Day 2, happening now. We're less than 2 hours away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage, making history here at Bitcoin 2024. We've got a new panel here to discuss the news, the highlights, what's going on. Cabot Phillips, senior editor at Daily Wire. To his left, Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine. And Cabot, I want to start with you. Your first Bitcoin conference. Obviously, it seems Donald Trump is bringing media here.
Yeah, I did not know what to expect coming in. And I'm going to be honest, I have been blown away. I talked to Mike the week beforehand, and he was telling me it's going to be wild. There's going to be a lot of media there, tens of thousands of people. This exceeded everything. I've heard people promote their events before, and I get there, and it's always underwhelming.
Talk to us about that energy,
This is overwhelming. This is completely overwhelming what we're seeing. And I think the amount of media attention that the event has garnered, there was going to be media here regardless. But President Trump being here has brought a completely new element. There are hundreds of outlets here. I'm seeing reporters from every single major outlet as well as independent outlets like the Daily Wire. And I think it's hard to quantify the excitement that there is to hear from potentially the next president of the United States, a guy who has really become more friendly to cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin after 2018, 2019, saying he wasn't a fan. And I think he's realizing just how many voters are actually being swayed by this issue and are looking for a candidate that's going to speak to it.
Mike, can you talk about this media deluge? Who's here, who's new at the Bitcoin conference?
Yeah, so once again, with President Trump coming in, and especially after his announcement, we saw a massive uptick in media that requested passes. So right now we have 912 registered press that's in attendance. That's actually bigger than most Bitcoin conferences or events themselves. So, it's important for us. We also have a very important role when the press is coming. This is a great stage to put Bitcoin on the main stage, but also to inform them. And so even when President Trump is speaking, having a spin room, talking to the press, because if you looked at in the past, press hasn't always been nice to the Bitcoin conference, right? Whether that was in Miami when in 2021 during COVID, when we allowed people to go maskless and without vax cards, they were kind of negative, or the fact that they don't understand our audience. And sometimes that's why we make sure we go out of our way to invite as much press as we can to this event, for them to see it firsthand, for them to actually experience and understand. When they look around, they go, that doesn't look like Bitcoiners. And I'm like, I don't think you know what Bitcoiners look like.
Cabot, let's talk about your audience. Talking about Mike's talking about Bitcoiners, what they look like. What kind of questions does your audience have about Bitcoin? Are they believers?
Yeah, I think there's definitely an overlap with the conservative audience, which Daily Wire, which we work with and appeal to. The thing that I'm hearing from a lot of the attendees who've stopped by our booth said, oh, we love Daily Wire. And I said, what's the crossover? Why are you here? The big thing I keep hearing is freedom. They say, I know that the government is trying to get their hands on my money. There's been a lot of concern over central bank digital currency. They see the way that the government is going, trying to get their hands on everything. And they say, Bitcoin is freedom for me. And I think that there's this awareness growing where people look around. With inflation in the last few years, they say, I could be as frugal and as wise with my money as I want, and the government could still take my money through inflation. What are alternatives that are going to protect me from that? I think that's a deeply conservative message of freedom, of getting away from government control. And that's what we're hearing from our audience, and also viewing it as an alternative for them where they can have the freedom to buy things without the government looking over their shoulder. I've had multiple people bring up what's going on in China with the digital currency that the government there is backing, saying what you can and cannot buy. And they view it as not only an exciting new technology, but also they view it as sort of a preventative measure for government overreach, where they're saying, I want to be proactive. But the big thing that stuck out to me this week has been how mainstream Bitcoin has really become. There's a saying in politics, nothing moves unless pushed. And I think that the Bitcoin community has pushed the media and it's pushed elected officials to pay attention to this because they're realizing they have to because so many tens of millions of Americans are on board.
I want to stick with the word you said there, alternative. Mike, a lot of alternative media coming here. And what does it say about media in general that independent media is here at the Bitcoin conference and maybe some of the majors are not yet here?
Well, I mean, I guess the majors are here. So that's one of the things that, you know, Trump brought in is now all of a sudden ABC, NBC, Bloomberg, Fox. Maybe we didn't give them space on the floor because they didn't deserve it yet. But, you know, our entire media row, there's a whole floor downstairs with all of them there. And luckily for us, we kind of have a weird role as Bitcoin Magazine because we are a media outlet as well. But trying to inform the media that, hey, look, this is some information. Media is used to getting a press release or working with a PR department for a major brand or a major company or a major candidate. Bitcoin doesn't have that. So being decentralized, there's no one feeding the media, hey, this is some information you need to know, here's how to talk to our PR person, can we book them time on your show? So it's really unique for us in a decentralized way to try to help push the Bitcoin narrative and say, please come here for yourself, meet with everyone. We want to make this a stage that everybody can talk to and all these media outlets can talk to hear more about what is happening in Bitcoin.
Of course, Bitcoin Magazine, a media outlet as well. The privacy issue of Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands. Now, Cabot, I want to talk about misinformation, right? Yeah. The idea that media is informing people properly. Your thoughts on just media attitudes to Bitcoin? What was your past exposure to this?
It's been interesting. So I talked to a lot of elected officials, and back in 2017, 18, 19, there wasn't a lot of awareness from them about what this issue was. And so because the electeds were not talking about it, the media thought, well, I don't really need to talk about this. And they were able to pigeonhole Bitcoin as this fringe topic that doesn't really need to be discussed. Once the elected officials started realizing, for good or bad, we need to actually look at legislating this, or we need to deregulate what's going on here and get out of it. Once the elected officials started doing that, I think the media followed. And I actually think the media attention is a very good thing for Bitcoiners for this reason. When the politicians are able to operate in the dark, they love nothing more. They do not want the general public being aware of what they're doing. And so we've seen in the last 3 years, the Biden administration take issue with cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin, trying to target it, trying to make it harder to access. And a lot of people were not even aware of what was going on. You've got tens of millions of Americans invested in Bitcoin who maybe weren't even aware that people like Elizabeth Warren and others were trying to crack down on it. With this media attention, we always say light is the best disinfectant. With this media attention, people are now aware of, wait, what is my senator doing on this? What is my presidential candidate doing on this? And I think that is helpful. Now the question becomes if the media covers it fairly. Right. I think none of us trust the legacy mainstream media outlets to do a fair job of covering what Bitcoin is all about and the legislative issue there. But I do think that the increased attention is good for the Bitcoin community.
Mike, your quick thoughts before a word from our sponsors.
Yep. We've now seen the Bitcoin conference evolve to when you Google this entire week, everyone is making all their major Bitcoin announcements. It's not just the press, it's every single company that's making Bitcoin announcements. Whether it's Ferrari accepting Bitcoin, or I believe Michigan just bought $5 million of Bitcoin.
Multiple pension funds, Jersey City, Michigan.
They're all making these announcements this week because they know the press is saying this is the week that we're going to talk about Bitcoin. This is all happening. So even the momentum itself of this event causes all the press to want to talk about it and everyone to make all their major announcements. These people aren't even making these announcements at our stage, which I want to point out, we welcome anyone. If you have a big Bitcoin announcement next year, please come to us. We'd love to have you on here. We'd love to promote it.
I'm going to make a Bitcoin announcement right now. Yes. The Daily Wire is accepting Bitcoin for memberships.
You're putting your treasury in
I can't
Bitcoin.
Don't hold me to that, but I would like to make it.
Ben said it's okay. Ben said it's okay. Perfect, yeah. So hopefully, look, we were happy to have you here. Daily Wire, the rest of the press, thank you for coming to experience it. And, we hope to have you again next year. And once again, we invite all the press that want to cover it, want to experience it and see it. Please come on down.
The world, the media converging at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. Still hours to go. More packed agenda. And of course, Donald J. Trump. Now a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara Live Desk, everybody. We are here at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We are just about an hour away from President Trump speaking. We are here joined by Alex Gladstein, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. You just got off the main stage. You were talking a bit about mining, educating the audience about mining. Could you tell us a little bit about what you talked about?
Sure. Well, happy to be here and honored to get the opportunity to be up on the main stage with so many other luminaries. This week's been amazing. The content I've seen, the things that are happening, the world is changing. We're right here for it. We got front row seats. We got the former President of the United States about to speak, which we'll get to. Yesterday, here and also at Bitcoin Park and other places, there was so much going on. I saw a panel with the governor of Tennessee, someone from the Tennessee Valley Authority, and a senator talking about how they're going to make Tennessee this nuclear mining capital, basically. Beautiful. And they're expanding nuclear, and they're going to use Bitcoin mining to help bootstrap that. It's unbelievable. And got so much good content. Obviously, RFK, that was very interesting. Look, we all know he's not going to be president, but look, Bitcoin's about memes. And the funny thing is, it was a Kennedy that was more bullish than any Bitcoin podcaster has ever been, even jokingly. Yep. He gets up there and he explains that he would buy 4 million Bitcoin. I mean, it's like, that's the new meme, though.
It is.
That's the new bar. It's moving the Overton window.
This is true. Could I actually ask you a quick question about that? We had Femi Longe, who just joined your organization.
Yes.
You announced that this weekend. He was on the desk earlier.
Okay.
And he was actually saying, he shared his thoughts on that. And he was saying maybe it's not so great that America acquires all this Bitcoin, right?
And they're not. Like, they're not going to, even the idea of buying that much, they're not going to get there. But, you know, whether or not it's good or not is not really for us to decide. I mean, we have to just sort of deal with it. It's going to be the evolution of Bitcoin as it monetizes from zero, from an idea, into the global reserve currency of choice for everybody in the world. And that's just the journey we're on. And, you know, at the beginning, it was just computer programmers and people operating on the Silk Road who realized it was valuable. And then over time, human rights activists and environmentalists and journalists. And now you have Wall Street, and now you have nation-state mining, and you have nation-state adoption, and now you have the leaders of the most powerful country in the world. So this is just the journey. And there's a great Alan Farrington essay on this called Wittgenstein's Money. And it's talking about, well, what would it look like if something went from nothing to the world reserve currency? Well, it would look a lot like this.
What we're watching
and
right
that's
now.
Literally what's happening. And the RFK thing was just another fork in the road. You know, he was here last year, and you know, he didn't really say a whole lot. This year he gets up there and he just delivers this policy speech that's like boom, 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 boom. And what he said about retail transactions and being able to use Bitcoin as a currency without it being taxable events when you buy things was maybe even more profound than the idea of buying it.
Agreed.
Now that's something I bet most Bitcoiners can get behind.
Let
us use Bitcoin as a currency. Don't buy it. You know, you don't need to buy it. They'll be forced to buying it eventually. They'll mine it. They'll buy it. They'll use Bitcoin mining to balance power loads and to bring us into the future of energy. But the most important thing is just let us be. You know, let us use freedom money. And you know that's the best thing they could do. That's the best thing the U.S. government could do is just let us use it as currency.
I agree 100%. You just mentioned, you talked about balancing power loads. So that's a bit of a technical term that is associated with Bitcoin mining. Could you dive into that a little bit more?
Yeah, well, in my speech, I talked about how I had my eyes opened by journey to different countries in Africa last year when I went with Gridless, amazing team, Eric, Janet, Philip.
Shout out.
And what you learn is that countries like Malawi, only 11% of people have electricity. And, you know, essentially, there is no one working on that. There's no one who's like going to bring them all online. There's no capitalistic incentive that makes sense. Most of the power infrastructure in rural Africa, rural places around the world, is all concessionally financed, meaning like donation. Relies on altruism, which isn't really going to get you very far. This changes everything with Bitcoin mining. And we were visiting these sites where it's like, okay, you're in a micro hydro, which is like a small turbine powering a village from running water in a river in a remote location. And you have to understand there's no grid to sell the excess energy to. So at night, the village sleeps. They have no power demand, basically none. The river never sleeps. So it's like you have this wasted energy. And you start to realize every single power location in the world wastes energy. Bitcoin mining saves wasted energy. It turns that wasted energy into capital. It buys 100% of what the village and the surrounding area doesn't want or doesn't need or doesn't buy. And it sells it to the Bitcoin network. And Bitcoin network is buying all of that. And the best part is it's paying in Bitcoin, not the local kwacha collapsing currency. It's a huge deal. So then it allows the local power company to have a better balance sheet, to build up, to expand, to build more power, to bring more power. And this is all self-interest. They're making money, Gridless is making money, and the people are paying less for their power. This is a little paradoxical for most people. They're like, wait, I thought that Bitcoin miners, you know, were a drag on the network and are making things expensive. No, that's a lie. It's actually the opposite. Because now the power company can sell 100% of what it produces, it can charge less. So you're going to see this price of power drop. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And in Malawi, too, I think I read something in one of the essays that you wrote on this. There's further this is leading to more electrification in these areas, and as you just said, at a cheaper rate as well. Could you dive a little bit more into that if possible?
Well, I mean, look, just in that example, now that we have Bitcoin mining, the power company can afford to go build another microhydro. They can afford to connect more homes. And they're going to do it out of their own self-interest. They're not going to do it for altruistic reasons. You don't need Bill Gates or the UN or Warren Buffett to come in and make a big donation. No, we don't need to wait for that. They're never going to do that. You know, if we relied on that, these people would live in darkness forever. This is going to make it happen for people around the world who don't have access to electricity. Because the crazy irony is most of them live in a place of massive abundance. Solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, all around them. And they can't harness it because they never had a way to align incentives before.
Yep.
Bitcoin changes everything on that front. And it's not just in, I talk about how it's not just in sort of poorer countries where this is going to happen. It's happening in advanced democracies too. I mean, look at my state of California. I was showing how much we waste every year. The UK government wastes, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year wasting wind energy. Bitcoin fixes that so dramatically. Now it's going to pay you instead of you paying it. It's just so transformative.
New paradigm.
It does, it's hard for people to swallow because they've been lied to for a decade plus by the government and the media, which has been telling them that Bitcoin is dangerous and risky. The reality is it's not, and it's really good for us, and it's really good for the planet. It's going to make more green power, and it's going to have more electricity per capita for everybody, and that's how you advance civilization. I used a chart that showed basically income per capita versus electricity consumption per capita. You don't want to be down here. You want to be up here. And the only way to get from down here to up here is to use more electricity. I showed case examples of South Korea and Vietnam, and as they used more electricity, they got richer. It's very basic. And Bitcoin is a technology that can help us bring the 4 billion people who don't have a whole lot of electricity, or none at all, and bring them up and to the right, which is really the most important thing we can do as humans, because without power, you don't have health, you don't have wealth, you don't have civilization. So this is how we advance, is to use more power, and Bitcoin's going to help us do that. And the final thing I'll just say is that there's an important distinction between fossils and renewables, because fossils are more modular. Like we don't really waste a whole lot of them. I mean, we can talk about flaring, but generally speaking, like when there's less demand, they dig less out of the ground.
Right.
Okay, that's not how renewables work at all. It's up to God. There's whatever. There's wind, there's sun. Like we don't control it. Bitcoin buys, all of what's produced. And then, the demand is the demand, and Bitcoin just saves the rest.
Interesting.
And
amazing. Yeah.
So that's the idea.
We appreciate that. Thank you for the breakdown. Also, use this term aligned incentives, which is often used in Bitcoin. So when people have the same incentives, this word alignment has come up a lot since we've been here. There's a large contingent, I think, of conservatives here, obviously to see President Trump, and there's this alignment of incentives with conservatives purport to support more financial privacy, more financial freedom. Bitcoin purports to foster these things as well. But on the other side of things, I'm kind of curious as to what you think about this. We have Democrats who often talk about financial inclusion and other things that Bitcoin provides as well. So I'm curious, your thoughts on Trump, and then also, are the Democrats eventually going to come on board?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what Trump's going to say. I mean, of course, the rumors here are that he doesn't want to be upstaged by RFK, who came out with this wildly bullish sort of idea. So we'll see. I mean, that's interesting. I think taking politics out of it, it's remarkable that the former president of the United States is going to come give a speech at the Bitcoin conference. Just complete. I mean, it doesn't matter what party they're in. Like, that is insane. 10 years ago, a time traveler probably would not have believed you.
Yeah.
We went from being 3 years ago really excited about the smaller Latin American country that frankly most Americans haven't really heard of to the former president of the United States. Like, that is a freaking leap year advance, step function advance. Now we're there. Now we had Kamala's team debating. She ended up not coming. The point is, it's now Bitcoin is in the national conversation. It's not going anywhere. And the folks at BPI do such a good job making that the case. And their summit in DC every spring is so important to support and to attend, where we can help educate our lawmakers. And again, look, people have different opinions about the U.S. government adopting Bitcoin. Fine, but we want Americans to adopt Bitcoin.
Agreed,
So let's push the government to the side. They're probably not going to buy a lot of Bitcoin. That's fine. We may not even want them to Femi's point. Maybe we want other countries to accumulate it. We'll see. What we definitely don't want them to do is to go after developers making Bitcoin more usable as a currency and more private.
Can I put a pin in that one? I think we're going to dive right back into Bitcoin and privacy right after this. We're going to cut to Q again. I'm here with Alex Gladstein from the Human Rights Foundation. We're here at Bitcoin 2024. Don't go anywhere. Over to you, Q.
Thanks, guys. I'm down in the expo hall, and as I've said all day, all week, we have some incredible different booths as well as some experiences. So right now I'm sitting in the Korsov tunnel. Don't kill me, Core Scientific. I'm sorry if that's not how I pronounce it. But it's walking you through essentially how to harness energy for Bitcoin mining, what the future of that looks like. But look, if anyone out there's got a shroom chocolate and wants to sit here and discuss the future of humanity the way this video does, I'd be open to it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, just minutes away. Donald J. Trump's historic speech, a former president speaking at a Bitcoin conference. Right now, we have a special guest who's no stranger to politics or Bitcoin conferences, Dr. Ron Paul, former U.S. candidate for president. Dr. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Good. Nice to be here.
And you influenced a whole generation of people to think differently about money. Many of the old-time Bitcoiners that I talked to found Bitcoin through your work, your writing, from the authors you evangelized. Can you tell us what it's like to be at a Bitcoin conference today, given all that context?
Well, you know, I think it's fantastic. And in a way, I didn't seek out 10 years ago, well, I'm going to promote the Bitcoin deal. But I did have a precise goal, and that was to excite people about freedom and to alert them to the dangers that we live in. And that's why I ended up in Congress, only because I spoke out, because I had no real desire just to go to Congress. But the thing of it is, by alerting people to what happened, but one of the things I did get on banking committee, I was fascinated with monetary policy, was highly influenced with August 15th, 1971, when they, severed the dollar, and I was convinced that there'd be a lot of inflation then. So that was that was the one thing that impressed me, and so I got on the banking committee right away to talk about monetary policy, and things have evolved very much like I've anticipated. But I'm still giving this pretty much the same speech that a lot of young people came to. I just loved going to the college campuses, and I became influenced by them. They claim I was influenced others, but I was influenced by young people, how open they were and how independent-minded they were. And I always kid, because there's probably somebody here that belongs to the Chamber of Commerce. I said, I didn't do as well with the Chamber of Commerce as I did with young college kids, even in the liberal universities, because I think I'm so fully convinced that the message of liberty is so fantastic that it's a shame that we don't do a better job. And this is something that came out of my interest in monetary policy, because I introduced a bill for competing currencies, get rid of this total monopoly of the Fed printing money.
Well, of course, when you started, there was no Bitcoin. You were simply concerned about the Federal Reserve and U.S. monetary policy. For the folks at home who maybe support President Trump or another candidate listening for the first time, what can you share about your work really lobbying against the Federal Reserve?
Well, it really started early on because probably the first year, matter of fact, the first campaign I was in, it was in 1974 and was tokenism. But I know I went back and found the literature. I said, you know, there's something wrong with the monetary system. We should sound money and we should look into this Federal Reserve. And I was in favor very early on. You know, to do one thing was to audit the Fed, to expose to the people how terrible it is and how they gain this monopoly power, and also to know how secretly it was done. So I was looking for openness, and there was a bill passed in the early 80s, I think maybe 70s, that was called the Bank Secrecy Act. And I thought, well, that's good. I'm for bank secrecy, but it turned out it was secrecy for the government in order to look at all our bank accounts. So I was looking for something, you know, where the people have their privacy. So privacy has been a big issue in what I've did in Congress to emphasize the need, because privacy, at times they talk about it, but that's what liberty is all about. Privacy. You're an individual. You can do what you want with your money. You know, when I talk about income tax, why is it that the government gets all your money and they allow you to spend a certain portion of it? So that's all the principle of liberty. So I think this movement, which there's too much credit given to me that I had anything to do with it. But what I say is I talked about the problems that we have and how the principles of liberty solve our problems, and I believe in competing currencies and rein in the Fed's monopoly. And all of a sudden, somebody interpreted that. Maybe I didn't think this up, but it's what I love about it. It's a consequence of people concentrating on the principles of liberty, and because I so strongly believe in it, and I just think that we need a better effort. I work every single day to try to present the case for liberty so that people, the average people, just wake up. And so evidently, if people in this audience, as I
They're waking up, they're awake, and they're in line here, waiting to see Donald J. Trump. He's sitting here with the great Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, would love to get your thoughts on the issues facing Americans and the economy today. Obviously, in election 2024, the economy is going to be a huge issue. What are your thoughts on just the current state of inflation and savings for the average person?
I think we live witnessing now the cracking of the biggest bubble ever in the history of financial history. And it's been created by the number one cause, of course, is the inflation of the money supply and the devaluing of the currency. But I date so much with August 15th of 71, because that took and severed the last link to something with a definition. And I think you have to have
talking about the Nixon shock.
Yeah, when they closed that, I think you have to have a unit of account, morally and financially. But if you have no account, you know, and that's what the debate and the arguments going on now. Can and will you know, a Bitcoin be a unit of account? But I don't think there's a magic wand. I think it takes time to people understand that so that they measure things. Today, still, the majority of people still measure the unit of account as $1, and that's why the bubble gets bigger. But it's going to change. The bubble always ends, and it ends either by the government wising up, which they never do, and spend less money and quit printing money.
Is there a solution to the debt crisis that you see right now if you were in power?
Not under these conditions, but there is a solution. It can be found, in freedom. So you have to realize that the government can't. They created this problem. So, but it's going to be very hard because it's very painful to quit spending. I mean, too many special interest groups. It's a ton of them, rich and poor and everybody. And then you have the military-industrial complex. You have domestic spending. You have foreign policy spending, and but unfortunately, it's not just been one party. It's been both parties that spend. And so I'm very independent-minded very often on, blaming he did this and he did that, because to get elected, so the people have responsibility too. But I think that's where the waking up is going. people are starting to wake up. I thought there was an awakening with COVID.
Right.
You know, when the people finally said, "This is what's up? What are you doing this to me for?" And the whole thing is you know, people waking up. The government took over the medical care system and gave all those directions. They were tyrants. You know, they didn't allow us to make the medical decisions, and they controlled. They did this in education. Right. So it's the taking over the monetary policy. The symbolic date or the real date I pin it down is that August 15th, when there was going to be no restraint on the Federal Reserve, no restraint on the special interests, no restraint whatsoever. So this is the reason why we have so much special interest and so many lobbyists in Washington, and they really run the show.
Well, Dr. Paul, I want to get your thoughts today. We're minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech at the Bitcoin conference. I want to talk a little bit about your Bitcoin journey. Maybe you can tell us how your thoughts on Bitcoin have evolved in 2012 when you were running for president. A lot of young, enthusiastic kids coming to you with this maybe crazy idea.
Well, I have to say, I see it through my personal viewpoint, and that is, we already touched on this, if you take the principles of liberty, the people solve these problems. I didn't stay up and say, you know, I understand inflation and we have to solve this problem. I think I'm going to invent the Bitcoin or something like that. But no,
so
but you have to have freedom of choice. You have to have freedom of choice. So that's important. Otherwise, the ideas can't develop. So I have a lot of confidence in people who are allowed to make up their own mind, recognize that they own their lives, they ought to own their own money, and there's one strict rule of this almost total freedom, is you can't use violence and you can't defraud, because if you break the rules of natural law, it's not going to work out. And that's a contest that's been going on for thousands of years, the good and the bad and the natural law. But we're up against right now in this country groups of people that said, you guys, you believe in this truth thing. You're always seeking truth. What is right and wrong? And they actually have a philosophy. Marxism is based on it. They don't have it. Don't waste your time trying to find out what truth is, because there is no truth. So what does that do? Opens up the door to tyranny. You know, that's what they do. It's an open up the force, and that's where we are. And then the bubbles, and I see it as a moral bankruptcy and a financial bankruptcy, and it does end, and it is ending. This bubble's going to burst. The biggest question is, how are they going to survive? How will we survive? And that is what we don't know. If it isn't connected with maximizing and the understanding of liberty, it's not going to work. And so sometimes this has gone through history at times, and sometimes that we'll end up getting a worse government. So if things don't come along where they decide that the principles of limited government and personal freedom, if that's not acceptable, we're all going to suffer more. We see some of the results, in our cities now, with more homeless people and all this. That's the payment that is coming back. But I also see, I'm really an optimist on this, because I do believe when I see a crowd like this, that if you're indicating the possibility that some of them came because they heard the principles of liberty, that would excite me. And I think there are people that get excited about liberty. And at one time somebody came up to me and said, oh, you're a politician that wants to legalize marijuana. And I pretended I was very resentful about it. I said, no, you have it wrong. I never said legalize marijuana. I said legalize freedom of choice.
We're with the great Dr. Ron Paul here. Ron, want to get your sentiments, your idea. Oh, applause. Wild here for Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, is there a candidate that can go far enough to solve some of these issues facing America? Is there a candidate in this election that has impressed you?
Oh, yeah, about 10. Well, I don't get into the personalities. I think we get lost sometimes at one time, because I was never a person in politics. I was a person that was enthusiastic, that I wanted to speak out, and that was a vehicle. So I I don't deal with parties, but I go out and see people and talk to people, and I've met Trump, and the one thing about Trump, and this may be talking out of school, he might say, you shouldn't be talking about our conversation, that his personality was different. He was much more cordial than I ever believed. You know,
well, people in person, they make a different
impression. It was different. Some people would interpret his personality differently, but I really try to avoid it. You know, if anybody wants to talk about freedom, and I can have an influence, then I'm interested.
Well, we're here with Dr. Ron Paul. We're going to send it over to the main stage. Of course, his legacy lives on in the conversations here at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee, minutes away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage. We'll be right back with fast reactions of what happens on stage here at the Mara News Desk. Dr. Paul, thank you so much for joining us, and another round of applause from everyone. It was great.
Good to see everybody. I don't need these.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
All right. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How are we feeling? Nashville, how are we feeling? I can't hear you. Let's make some noise. That's better. That's better. We are moments away from seeing President Donald J. Trump, but before then, we have a quick announcement. I would like to tell you all, first of all, from the bottom of our team's hearts at the BTC Inc., the Bitcoin Conference, and Bitcoin Magazine, thank you. Thank you for coming to witness this historic moment. Thank you for coming to celebrate Bitcoin. We are so excited to have you here, and we're so excited as well to have you next year. We want to give you a quick video. Let's roll it. Big announcement.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin Conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/2025.
We cannot wait to see you in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce CEO of BTC Inc., the man, the myth, the legend, David Bailey. Please come on out.
Hello. Wow. Wow. We've come a long ways in 10 years. This crowd is insane. Are y'all having fun? You know, as Dr. Paul always said, it's an idea whose time has come. Bitcoin is an idea whose time has come. So I want to thank the leadership of Donald Trump for coming out, supporting us, supporting our cause. And I also want to give him a special thanks, and I'd like all of you to give him a special thanks for committing to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence on day one of his administration. This crowd is insane. Let's go. You know, I remember the first Bitcoin conference I went to. There was, I don't know, 800 people there. I think there's 8,000 people in this room. You know, this is a special moment in time. You can feel the energy here. The fact that we have 10 US senators here, we have 2 presidential candidates here. Bitcoin is the future of this country. And it's not a red party thing, and it's not a blue party thing, it's an orange party thing. So with that, I want to show you all something. You know, who better than the man himself, Donald J. Trump, to lead the Orange Party? But we also wanted to give him a little gift from the Bitcoin community. So I'm holding in my hand a Cassius coin from 2013. Okay, there's 1 Bitcoin on here. A Bitcoin OG flew halfway around the world to come and deliver this for the president. So on behalf of the entire Bitcoin community, I want to give Donald Trump a Bitcoin, non-custodial Bitcoin, and I want us to officially greet him as a Bitcoiner. So with that, I don't know if he's ready yet. We're going to be joined by the 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States.
All right.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
It's not me. I'm not the President of the United States. Maybe someday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so excited. We are just waiting for everything to be ready. Give us a little time. We're going to play some music. We'll be right back. Any minute now, don't worry.
Bitcoin in a strategic reserve. Is this what you're expecting Donald Trump to announce today?
I think it's important to set your expectations properly, but also I think most people are greatly underappreciating what's about to happen next. I think this is one of is going to be a momentous occasion for humanity, not just Bitcoin. And people will look back in history and be like, this was the moment that nation-state FOMO really began.
And you've been here for historic moments. Bitcoin 2021, obviously El Salvador adopting a Bitcoin standard. Take us into that moment and how it might compare to what we're about to see.
I mean, it's absolutely insane when you look back on it that we were excited about President Bukele of El Salvador, a country of 6 million people, adopting Bitcoin just 3 years ago. And today we have the former President of the United States, the likely future President of the United States, who seems incredibly optimistic about Bitcoin and understands that Bitcoin is American at its core, and it can fuel the next great century of American success.
Well, of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., independent candidate, speaking yesterday, setting a high bar for the former president. I'll read some of his proposed executive orders. I will direct the U.S. Treasury to purchase 550 Bitcoin daily, more than the circulating supply, until the U.S. has built a strategic reserve of 4 million Bitcoin. His proposal, transfer 200,000 Bitcoin held by the U.S. government to the U.S. Treasury, and signing an executive order to remove some of the IRS restrictions on the spending of Bitcoin. When you think about how this could be topped, what might we be seeing from Donald J. Trump? Does he take these policy proposals? Do we hear this on stage in minutes?
I think it's important. It's important that there is a lot of respect here for presidential candidate RFK. But it is different when it comes from the likely presidential candidate, likely president of the United States, next president of the United States. So I think it's important to take that into context. I also think it's important to realize that every individual, every company, every government, their goal long term will be to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible. The question is, when do they realize that? And the sooner you realize that, the better you do under a Bitcoin standard.
Well, I know you have friends and family here. What are they expecting from Donald J. Trump today? How are they looking at this moment? Has this made your career, your Bitcoin interest more real to them?
I mean, to me, Bitcoin is more than a career. You know, it's a lifestyle. But I am proud to say that this is my parents' first Bitcoin conference,
wow,
which is pretty crazy. You know,
11 years?
Yeah, being in the space for over a decade. This is their first one, but I mean, could you pick a better one for it to be their first?
It's a big introduction, and of course, election 2024 coming to Bitcoin 2024. We're talking right now about the expectations for Donald J. Trump about to go live on stage. Obviously, this is unprecedented. A little bit over time here. We're waiting for the president to arrive, maybe some last-minute speech revisions, but still the expectations are high, I think, for a strategic Bitcoin reserve. We keep hearing this phrase. What do we think about this idea, and why are Bitcoiners excited about the U.S. government holding Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's particularly important when we reflect on RFK's speech that is the likely expectation, is a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think that makes complete sense for America. Like, we want to accumulate the hardest asset that has ever existed. I think that's better for the country. I think it's better for American citizens. I will say that cap gains piece is unlikely to be announced here. I do not expect that. That would be amazing.
Insider information.
This is not insider information. I would just say that would be way too amazing, because the tax treatment of Bitcoin in America is borderline predatory, and I think it would be better for this country if we remove that treatment.
Well, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, to take the stage. I want to read through some of his quotes. 2019, his introduction to Bitcoin, his first remarks, quote, "Bitcoin just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's competing against the dollar. I want the dollar to be the currency of the world." The reversal, obviously the positivity now. What are your thoughts thinking back about some of these statements, given what we're about to see, Matt?
It's just amazing how much can change in 6 months. You know, and I just think it's important for everyone to just stay humble out there and realize the world can change faster than you expect it to. But it is just amazing. It is amazing to witness and be a part of, and I'm just really excited to hear what the president says.
Well, certainly some people expecting hard policy, maybe Donald Trump laying out a vision for America and Bitcoin. I'll go through some of his other statements, and the reversal really beginning in May of this year, right? We saw there was a private fundraiser. He said that Biden is against it. Biden doesn't even know what it is. He has no idea. Gensler is against it. The Democrats are against it. I'm fine with it. If you like crypto, you better vote for Trump. What was your thoughts when you heard that just months ago that Donald Trump had reversed his ideas about Bitcoin?
I was cautiously optimistic and very skeptical, and I feel like today changes that, but we'll see.
And we've seen some policy advances. Trump saying, I will ensure the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA. Of course, that's already one of his promises. I will support the right to self-custody. I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from Bitcoin, and he will never allow the creation of a CBDC. Taken as a whole, from the policy we know of Trump, what are your thoughts about his core proposal so far?
Look, I think it's important to properly set expectations. I think the fact that he's here alone is a massive validation of everything we've been working on for so many years, that thousands of people around the world, hundreds of thousands of people around the world have been building out this protocol, have been building out the tools that make all of this possible. And just to have him here today to discuss Bitcoin with us is absolutely monumental. Everything else is simply gravy on top of that, in my opinion.
Of course, expecting history, expecting updates on the main stage, looking at a rapt audience of people who are waiting to see Donald J. Trump make history here on the Nakamoto stage at Bitcoin 2024. We've got some theme music coming out there, maybe some optimism that he's about to take the stage. We're going to send it to a quick commercial break. We'll be coming back. We'll be watching history together. Stay tuned. Keep watching on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We are minutes away from history at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine, the eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, minutes away, but delayed. If you're just tuning in on the stream, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage at the Bitcoin conference with a special guest who is on his way. Obviously, no more to say on that, but a great panel who is going to kind of continue to talk about what we might see from the former and possibly future president to my left. Matt Odell, founder of 1031 Ventures, Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation, and P, podcaster extraordinaire, joining us. P, take us into the reality. What's the sentiment on the floor right now?
I mean, it is electric. People are excited. They're ecstatic. They cannot wait to hear what is going to happen on stage in a few minutes, hopefully.
Well, we've been talking about these three words that have the world's imagination: strategic Bitcoin reserves. The expectations are high that Trump will make an announcement, and the pressure on because of RFK yesterday coming out saying he'll waive capital gains on purchase transactions, stockpiling 4 million Bitcoin. What does the president need to say, P?
Oh, man. That is a very difficult question to answer. I mean, the world is his oyster.
Well, take me into your thoughts as a Bitcoiner, someone who supported Bitcoin for a long time. Maybe he's even competing for your vote as an American. Is there something Donald Trump can say to you today?
You know, I mean, I am extremely excited to hear what he has to say about using Bitcoin as a reserve asset, support for Bitcoiners, support for Bitcoin as a store of value. So anything in that vein would be huge and would be extremely exciting to hear today.
Of course, we're taking questions on X, Rumble, and YouTube streaming live. Send them in. We are waiting for confirmation of when Donald J. Trump will take the stage. We've talked about his policy. We've talked about Michael Saylor's Bitcoin price predictions, and we're talked about the price activity, $69,000 right now, and expectations that the Donald Trump future presidency could be good for Bitcoin and the Bitcoin price. Christian, why don't you take us in there? Is that an expectation that viewers should have?
Yeah, you know, I think that anything on the size of the United States becoming friendly and officially friendly to Bitcoin is absolutely fantastic for Bitcoin price, because that opens the door to all the innovations that is happening here. And I actually want to turn it to some reporting that I saw earlier today, which is that the Democratic Party is actually now pressuring to stop Elizabeth Warren's attack on crypto, end her siege against Bitcoin privacy and Bitcoin mining, and that this pressure is actually changing Bitcoin from a red issue to something that is apolitical. And I think that shows exactly how fighting Bitcoin is turning into a losing issue. So not only can it be a winning issue for a candidate, but opposing Bitcoin can absolutely be a losing issue. And, you know, I would love to see in November some massive splashes against some anti-Bitcoin politicians, especially ones that are incumbents who have been there for a long time, like Elizabeth Warren.
Well, of course, there's this idea floating around Washington now, new for some, that Bitcoiners are single-issue voters. Matt, are you a single-issue Bitcoin voter?
My single issue is freedom, and I've yet to see a presidential candidate in my lifetime run on that issue, and hopefully that changes soon.
P, Christian, your thoughts? Is Donald Trump right now competing for your vote?
Yeah, I mean, you want to go, P, or I'll go? So, yeah, I mean, I think that, of course, he's competing for everyone's vote. You know, for me personally, I have not been someone who has voted for a mainstream political candidate for president ever in my life. So, you know, if he can say the right things and he can make the assurances that I find to be credible for Bitcoin, it could be something that I can consider. And I think that there are a lot of Bitcoiners who are in my same shoes, a lot of people who are millennials who are in my same shoes, who have been disillusioned from the existing political conversation, and they are excited about Bitcoin. And maybe he can sway us.
Well, there's a lot of talk here about Bitcoin as a partisan issue. I'm going to back up and talk about Bitcoin as a generational issue. Maybe something that's just appealing to young people. The old timers don't get it. Pete, your thoughts on Bitcoin as a generational voting issue?
Absolutely. I think it's extremely relevant, even more so than before in this election. We've never seen Bitcoin discussed so openly, so consistently in an election cycle. And I think that's a testament to how it is becoming even more part of the mainstream conversation. It's really... it's entered the Overton window. I think, yeah, it's huge.
We're waiting for history to be made on stage. The eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee. People rapt about what Donald J. Trump might announce on stage. Now even more expectations of a special guest. Guys, what are your thoughts on the special guest? Who it might be? Who can take the expectations and the sentiment here even higher than it is?
I mean, Pete might hate me for this, but
are we going to say Elon?
The special guest is worth it. I think it'll be worth the wait. We personally know who the special guest is. It's going to be well worth it.
Well, I do not know, and I actually heard, I have a good authority, that it's actually a sort of genetic chimera that's been constructed of sort of a combination of Santa Claus and Elon Musk and also Abraham Lincoln combined into one.
Right.
Is that correct?
I think that is who Satoshi Nakamoto is.
You're not supposed to tell them ahead of time.
I'm so sorry.
Well,
we can
back
edit this
up
out,
a little
right?
bit and talk about Satoshi Nakamoto, maybe in context of this historic moment. We've seen history on this stage before. Maybe this will be the most historic announcement we've ever seen at a Bitcoin conference coming up. Satoshi Nakamoto, of course, the founder, creator of Bitcoin. We know this individual is very highly motivated, a cypherpunk. He believed in privacy, believed in freedom. Matt, your take on what he would make of the idea of this conference being so political?
I imagine if Satoshi's out there somewhere, that the last 15 years of Bitcoin has just absolutely blown his mind, because it has just been amazing to witness personally. It has blown my mind over and over again. It is astounding to watch both the pace and progress of this movement. And I really do think that we could see here the beginning of the next great American century. And I'm humbled to be sitting here right now as that happens.
Talking about Satoshi Nakamoto, this Bitcoin movement was once an idea in someone's head, something that didn't exist. Christian, your thoughts, your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with Matt. Likely Satoshi himself was not even bullish enough, but he did know that he was building an economic incentive system that was, if it did catch on, it'd be worth getting some, right? So that's the exact quote. And Pete, I mean, I would love to turn it to you. I've called you the world Satoshi expert. You've done incredible research into everything Satoshi. I know you may be even writing a book one day. I mean, tell us, what do you think Satoshi might think?
Well, look, I think Satoshi was a person of intent. We know that because of the way he's architected this system, right? Obviously, building it with so many qualities, the 21 million limits, the cap that ensures that monetary freedom was available for everyone. But I think with Satoshi, look, if he's here, I think he is probably marveling at what he's achieved, right? I don't think he could have known, but it's important to kind of look at the context of where he came from, right? He saw an internet that was politicized. He foresaw that the technology that we now use to connect could be turned against us. The kinds of things we're experiencing today with deplatforming and privacy, these were all things that were of concern to the community he came from, the cypherpunks. And I think it's very interesting to watch, really, in the headline maybe here, is that the cypherpunks have entered mainstream politics, maybe with the arrival of Donald J. Trump here today. Do you think that's a fair categorization, Matt?
I mean, I think the cypherpunks have been trailblazers in terms of political freedom in the United States specifically, but also globally. They were leaders in the fight in the early 90s for encryption to be the standard around the world and be easily accessible. This idea that you write code and you opt out of corrupt politics in order to achieve your goals, but also at the same time you engage with local politicians, you engage with ethical governments in order to protect yourself and protect the movement. That was a twofold win in the 90s. That was a twofold win because the code got distributed, the code was sound, it worked really well, but also that governments weren't actively attacking encryption. And yes, there are attacks in different places around the world. We've seen them recently in the UK and Europe, which is really not great to see because privacy at its core, it protects every single human on the planet. The ability to selectively reveal yourself to the world. But at the same time, if you look back at these last 30 years, I think the early cypherpunks would be quite proud that there hasn't been major transgressions, at least among Western democracies, against encryption and the different open source tools that empower freedom.
Well, I think one of the most fascinating things, Satoshi categorizing Bitcoin as an alternative to central banking, an alternative to government-run monetary systems, and here we have governments coming into the conversation. Christian.
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, every single government on the planet runs a website. Every single government on the planet uses email. Bitcoin is actually a protocolized version of money and value and property that we can use, and it actually delivers property rights to places where it was not even possible to happen under government. So ultimately, you know, I think that it is extremely bullish that now governments are once again bending the knee, looking at technology, and then ultimately having to adopt it. And I think that that is Bitcoin's sound game theory.
We are waiting for history at Bitcoin 2024. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage. We're waiting to unveil the special guest. And of course, right now we've got a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back on the main stage, bringing you news, highlights, analysis until history is made. Stay with us.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never.
Look at that! A crook thought he'd find the graveyard treasure. Can you believe it? He actually found it. But what he didn't know was that danger was right behind it. Next thing you know, the crook's knocked out cold. A classic underworld backstab. For more Mafia drama, check out The Grand Mafia.
The Grand Mafia. Download for free.
Excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The script is out the window. The main event of Bitcoin 2024 was minutes away. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump and potentially a special guest. Expectations are high. Strategic Bitcoin reserve potentially on the table. RFK yesterday making history with an aggressive policy plan, calling on America to stockpile 4 million Bitcoin. Saylor, Michael Saylor of MicroStrategy, making the same appeal. We've got a new round of panelists to discuss as we await history to happen on the Nakamoto stage. I've got Matt Odell to my left. founder of 1031 Ventures. We've got Mr. Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine, and Q Gahimi. You know him as our roving reporter on the stream. He's been around the venue, talking with people, getting into the expectations, the insights, everything that's been going on. Obviously, a big announcement on stage before the waiting period that we're now entering, that Donald J. Trump is now a Bitcoiner. The Bitcoin community banding together to gift 1 Bitcoin to Donald J. Trump. Mike, your reaction to this news?
Rizzo, I really appreciate you calling on me first as I came running over here from the main stage.
Well, that's because you know what happened in the room.
Yes. So, folks, one of the wonderful things that are happening here, if you not see, there's a massive line that's outside because obviously 4 weeks ago, we weren't even expecting to have a
I mean, I've seen the video. It looks absolutely wild. Is there people really lined up outside the block right now?
Oh, there's people outside the block. The room is full. It's to capacity. You know, we had to once again deal with fire codes. I want to say thank you to the Secret Service that did an unbelievable job here at the event. Not only were we excited that RFK got his Secret Service detail, which he deserved, but obviously they're paying a little bit more attention with President Trump now at Secret Service. So, you know, we have our expo hall. We have all the main stages. So going through Secret Service, you actually have to go through TSA. So I don't think Bitcoiners would ever expect having to go through TSA. Matt Odell's a big fan of TSA. So
Proof
he's really
that
excited
election 2024 has come to Bitcoin 2024. Q, you're joining us from the floor. You've been covering all aspects of this venue. Maybe take us into what's happening outside. Right now, we're just seeing a room of energized people, people looking at TV screens, lined up to try to get in to see Donald J. Trump, to see this special guest, waiting. What are you seeing?
I mean, look, we got in here very early in the morning, and from the start, before doors were even open, people were lining up in anticipation of this talk. People immediately, they got in, they didn't want to do anything else. They went straight to the screenings, went down into the Nakamoto stage, and I saw people with books. I saw people like prepared to camp to make sure that they can just stay there all day to have seats to watch this historic event transpire. Never in any of the Bitcoin conferences that I've been to have I seen anything like this. We're making history today.
Of course, the waiting is building expectation. Is this raising the stakes for what Donald Trump has to say on stage? Mike?
He's a showman. Donald Trump's a showman, right? I mean, I'm expecting it to come out with like, money, 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 money. Like this is, you know, this guy, you know, he's an apprentice. He's teaching us a lot. He's a showman. I think he's building up the hype. And right now, you know, I want to point out Ron Paul, who's a doctor, you know, the good doctor. He kind of ran as fast as he could over there, and he's in the hall with everybody. He got a wondrous applause when he came in. And right now, we're actually finally the live stream is being broadcasted to everybody in that room. So we want to thank everybody, for waiting. We are working on it. There's obviously a lot of security, which is exciting, and we are definitely not buying time up here. We're taking this very seriously.
Well, we're really working through the issues. We're talking about the policy proposal that Trump might put forth. Of course, already a slew of public statements from Donald Trump since his reversal earlier this year on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Of course, his big issues, energy independence, coming out against CBDCs, recognizing that we're a growing industry and constituency, and really maybe the biggest one, he doesn't want to lose a foreign advantage that we might have in the international stage. Matt, why don't you take us in?
I want to see the president lead us forward on the next generation of American success. I want to see America become the best country in the world to run a Bitcoin business. I want to see America become the best place in the world to be an open source developer. And I want to see America start stacking the hardest asset that the world has ever seen in a big way.
Well, a lot of talk that this might really be a 1990s moment for Bitcoin, really the internet becoming mainstream during that decade, breaking through and with legislation in America, really powering economic productivity for the next decade. Q, your thoughts on how what Donald J. Trump might say on stage might compare to this time period where we know America embraced innovation and could do so again?
I mean, we are bearing witness to the game theory playing out in real time. When Jack Mallers announced El Salvador adopting Bitcoin in 22, it was an incredible moment. The euphoria in that room sends chills down my spine just talking about it. I could not imagine that just 2 years later we would even be remotely having this conversation around America potentially having some sort of adoption, looking towards it. Germano's getting jumpy. Go in.
You know, the only thing I think we're talking about what Trump's going to do. There's one thing that Trump needs to do. The one thing he promised is he needs to free Ross on day one.
Right.
That is the one thing that he needs to do. And my hope is when he gets in, he free Rosses on day one. And then when we look at Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas, there's only one person that everyone's going to want to see speak,
Right.
and that will be Ross.
Well,
So
let's
I
talk
hope
about Ross Ulbricht, founder of Silk Road. Of course, the reason that many people became Bitcoiners. Maybe, Matt, you can speak to Ross and his importance to this community and why so many people champion his cause.
I mean, I think at the core of the issue here is Ross has been in jail, often in solitary confinement, for 15 years now. It was a nonviolent crime. He was running a Bitcoin-powered drug marketplace. And I think it crosses party lines, the fact that he has done more than enough time served. President Trump has promised to commute his sentence day one. And that's a key point there. Not pardon his sentence, not say he was not guilty, but commute it for time served. I would really like to see that. I will say that that falls under the context of believing a presidential candidate's campaign promises. I will say a lot of other things President Trump can announce today. Actually, he doesn't even need to fulfill for it to become a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is part of the reason it makes it such a crazy moment. And the fact alone that President Trump has come down to Nashville, to the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, to talk about Bitcoin and talk about innovation in America is a massive achievement in itself that not enough people appreciate at this moment, but they will appreciate in 2 decades. They will appreciate in 3 decades. They will look back on it and be like, that was it. That was the paradigm shift right there.
We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the main Nakamoto stage with a special guest. Of course, we're talking about something more somber, the freedom of Ross Ulbricht at stake in election 2024, meaningful for a country and a community, but also meaningfully for a family. Mike, I know you've spent time with some of Ross's family, know the cause, know the movement. Q, this is something that people who have reported on the scene know well, the tale of Lynn Ulbricht and the family. Mike, Q, I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
I mean, look, as someone who's a parent myself, to think about not being able to see your kid is a thought I don't want to have. And so when you see Lynn and she keeps coming every year, it makes you want to do it a little bit more. It makes you do the research. It makes you be willing to wear the free T-shirts, the 10,000 T-shirts we have outside. Everybody in that auditorium right now who's wearing a T-shirt, right, they all want to see that happen too. They get to be part of this movement. And if you didn't have, a mom like Lynn, I don't think this movement would be here. And, I would like to say, even at Bitcoin Magazine, every single employee, Free Ross seems to creep up on everything. I want to give a shout out to Tommy. Tommy, our resident crazy designer who pushed Free Ross everywhere.
Right, this has been a core advocacy push from Bitcoin Magazine. Any issue, if you go online, subscribe now, you'll find a free Ross ad. So Mike, maybe as the publisher of Bitcoin Magazine, you can tell us why we've sent that message to so many people through our magazine.
Well, number one, it's because the magazine team always swaps out an ad and puts a free Ross ad in anyway and doesn't tell me. So I don't have a choice. But I think that's what it means for, once again, Ross helped a lot of us maybe buy our first Bitcoin for didn't matter what reason, right? And more importantly, it's a movement that is something we're excited to get behind. And as a publisher of a print magazine, we want to just thank all the people who subscribe to it. If you didn't do that, we wouldn't have had the money to do the long-form journalism. We wouldn't have had the money to put on this event. So we really appreciate those who believe in our cause too. And so we'd have to believe in a cause like freeing Ross.
Moments away from Donald J. Trump taking the stage, we're told a special guest is on the way. We want to back up. This is a historic moment. People from around the country coming in for the first time. Mike, you mentioned Dr. Ron Paul on this stage earlier today, speaking to the hundreds of thousands of people watching really about his personal life, his crusade against central banking, about the monetary policy issues that are affecting America. And of course, the economy, such a big deal this year. People just feel like they can't get ahead. The TikTok videos going viral. People don't understand what's happening to them. To the average American voter who's coming to this for the first time, seeking answers, we say Bitcoin fixes this. What does this mean, Matt Odell?
I didn't realize you're going to call him in. I just want
you sit next to me.
I just want to say that after we free Ross, I would really like to see in the American government and across the American political spectrum the priority be placed that America becomes a place where code is protected speech. I believe the Constitution already protects it. I believe that we have developers right now that are sitting in jail, one notably being Samurai developers, that should be freed immediately, and that protections should be in place going forward so that developers of open source software, non-custodial software that does not touch money, are not treated as money transfer businesses, and that are properly treated as protected speech writers.
Q, want to take you into this conversation. Of course, central banking, monetary policy concerns around the world. Maybe take the viewers at home into your thought process here.
I mean, everyone feels it. We all see it when we go to the grocery store. We all see it when we're trying to fill up our tank of gas. We spent some time yesterday talking about this. You would be hard-pressed to find someone who has not felt the effects of our terrible monetary decisions here in America and beyond as well. It's important to also recognize the fact that while the world relies on the dollar and we have felt inflation, the rest of the world has consistently seen higher and higher inflation than what we have stateside. So if you think it's bad here, it only gets worse and worse the further out you go. I'm going to continue to hammer this point home, but the fact of the matter is we have such a financial privilege to be in America, in the country that has the global reserve currency. Most of the world, the majority of the world is unbanked, and Bitcoin is an opportunity for them to have access to money and store their wealth in a way that they just don't have.
We're going to go to a quick break now before we're bringing up another special guest, and we are still awaiting history. It's coming, folks. Donald J. Trump in the building at the Bitcoin Conference in Music City Center here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay with us. We'll be right back on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Stay tuned.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place. Trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place. Trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place. Trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place. trying to remove politics from money.
In Nashville. He was expected to be on the stage about 40 minutes ago. So again, we are continuing to wait for him to come on the stage. In the meantime, I do want to just play out just a little bit more highlights from yesterday, Donald Trump speaking in Florida.
CNN and MSDNC, the worst, they're just horrible. And they're saying one of the finest speeches we've ever seen. I mean, Churchillian, somebody said Churchill, Winston Churchill. No, Winston had it on him a little bit. It was so bad, and they pretended it was good. And they're doing the same thing with her. She was a bum 3 weeks ago. She was a bum. A failed vice president in a failed administration with millions of people crossing, and she was the border czar. Now they're trying to say she never was the border czar. She had nothing to do with the border. She was the border czar. They're trying to take it. They're deleting it all.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Anyone can be a part of
There are many many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin.
To have the extraordinary talent, energy, and genius represented in this room. It really is great genius. Not all of you, but most of you, many of you. But this is the kind of spirit that built America, and this is the spirit that's going to help us make America great again. That's what we're doing. I stand before you today filled with respect and admiration for what the Bitcoin community has achieved. It's incredible, actually. I sort of say to my sons, it's like incredible because they know so much about it. They're so aware of it, much more so than people that are a little bit older. But I say this is the steel industry of 100 years ago. It really is. I think you're just in your infancy. I can see it happening. In just 15 years, Bitcoin has gone from merely an idea posted anonymously on an internet message board to being the 9th most valuable asset anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? Is that right? That's a big deal. Think of that. It's already bigger than ExxonMobil. Soon it will be surpassing the entire market cap of silver. It's not bad. How about gold? How about gold? Let's go gold. And one day it probably will overtake gold, but based on the way it's going now, it could very well be a possibility. There's never been anything like it, and I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. And most people have no idea what the hell it is. You know that, right? So what happens when they figure it out? That's going to really be something. Bitcoin is not just a marvel of technology. As you know, it's a miracle of cooperation and human achievement. And a lot of relationships that are formed. I just did a meeting, a roundtable with a lot of the leaders, and it's amazing. There's a great camaraderie. It's really interesting. There's competition, but there's a relationship, there's a friendship that's developed with a lot of these people. I noticed it. I don't usually see that too often. I see the opposite, actually. They want to get each other. They want to kill each other. These guys have a great feeling. Very smart people, too. Congratulations on all that you've accomplished. This room is amazing. The people in this room, high IQ individuals. I'm running against a low IQ individual, her. I'm not even talking about him, her. I got a low IQ individual. The reason I've come to address the Bitcoin community today can be summed up in two very simple words: America first. Because if we don't do it, China's going to be doing, others are going to be doing it. Let's do it and do it right. My vision is for an America that dominates the future. We have the best economy, the highest standard of living. China dominate. They are making too much progress as it is. And we want them to be successful. I don't want China to be successful, but we have to be the most successful. What's going to That's what's going to happen. I want the United States to be first in technology, first in science, first in manufacturing, first in artificial intelligence, and first in space. You know, at MIT, my uncle was a professor there, Dr. John Trump. He would have fit in with this room very nicely, actually. That's why I mention it. And I believe he was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT. He graduated. We have a very intelligent family, actually. He graduated tremendously. I think he has 3 different degrees, but they said, would you like to stay on, John, and be a professor? Well, I've got a lot of offers, I assume he said, but I've got a lot of offers. Well, we'd like... He was there for, I believe, 41 years. When I was in the White House, the head of MIT came to see me, and they presented me with a book on my uncle. He was a legendary guy in the academic world and in the world of MIT. So I understand a lot about what you're doing, and I have great respect for highly intelligent people. And you are highly intelligent. America's destiny is to lead our rivals in everything and to surrender our industries to no one, You know, some of you are involved with AI, but you also have the same thing. You need a thing called electricity. You need a lot of electricity. You know, AI needs to be really dominant, and China can do it much easier. We have environmental impact statements to do, but we're going to do things that nobody thought were possible. You need tremendous amounts of electricity. You need double the electricity of the entire electricity that we have right now in the United States to dominate, and we'll get that done. Who would think we can get that done? But we're going to get it done. We'll be having power plants built at the sites. We'll be releasing people from certain ridiculous requirements. And we'll be using fossil fuel to make electricity because we're going to have to. We'll be using nuclear. We'll be doing it in an environmentally friendly way. But we will be creating so much electricity that you'll be saying, please, please, President, we don't want any more electricity. We can't stand it. You'll be begging me, no more electricity, sir. We have enough. We have enough. You know, in the Midwest, they just opened, it was very interesting, they just opened up 2 chargers, you know, a charger for the electric cars. And you know, I love Elon. He's great. He endorsed me and great endorsement and everything else. But not everybody has to have an electric car. I told him that. So we're going to get rid of that mandate, if you don't mind. Some people want gasoline-propelled cars. Some people want a hybrid. And some people like an electric car. They're great. I think they're great. I think what he's done is great. I think he understands it. I guess he probably wouldn't have endorsed me. He knows where I am in this. But he did, and it's just like they did these chargers in the Midwest. There are 8 of them. They spent $9 billion to build 8 chargers to charge up a car. And at that rate, it would cost approximately $12 trillion to put the charges around. Somehow that's not working. The country would have to file for Chapter 11. We'll do a chapter, you know, it's called Chapter 7 instead of a Chapter 11, but it's the equivalent. No, we have to use our brain. We have to be, we are the party of common sense, okay? We have to have common sense. But what we do have to do is we have to produce tremendous electric for AI and for all of the other things, including the things that you're doing, and we'll get it produced, and we're going to get it produced fast, or we're not going to be able to compete with China and other countries. So we're going to get it produced fast. This afternoon, I'm laying out my plan to ensure that the United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we'll get it done. If crypto is going to define the future, I want to be mined, minted, and made in the USA. It's going to be. It's not going to be made anywhere else. And if Bitcoin is going to the moon, as we say, it's going to the moon, I want America to be the nation that leads the way. And that's what's going to happen. No, you're going to be very happy with me. You're going to be so happy. You're going to say he's the greatest guy. That's why I'm proud to be the first major party nominee in American history to accept donations in Bitcoin and crypto. And they've made a lot of them, I might tell you. And I appreciate it. Since we made that announcement on May 21st, we have already raised $25 million, much of it in Bitcoin, crypto, and others that are very, very good also. But as you know, our excitement about the future of Bitcoin and crypto could not be more difficult from the approach of our opponents. Can't be, look, our opponents have gone a difficult route. They're going old-fashioned stuff. We're going to take it right down the middle. We are so different from anybody else in terms of a campaign. First of all, we understand it. They don't understand it. They are blocking your path. They're blocking your way. But I've made it a lot easier for you because the SEC has been very, very tough on you. And now they see that you've embraced me. All of a sudden, people that were under investigation, they're being let go. They're saying, oh, no, we don't want to do that. We love crypto. Let me tell you, if they win this election, every one of you will be gone. They will be vicious. They will be ruthless. They will do things that you wouldn't believe. But right now, because of me, they're leaving you alone. So please say thank you, President Trump. Thank you very much. And the reason they're doing that is I've heard from some of your great geniuses that talk to me about this subject. I've heard from Vivek. 175 million people in some form are involved with this world of crypto and Bitcoin and all of the others, 175 million. So when they heard that, they said, let's be nice to them, at least until after the election. So I've taken a lot of pressure off a lot of people. A lot of people are very happy today that about 3 months ago weren't so thrilled. For 3.5 years, is that right? Look, he just said that's right. And you know it's right. For 3.5 years, the current administration has waged a war on crypto and Bitcoin like nobody's ever seen before. For those who work in this industry, they target your banks, they choke off your financial services. Have people seen that? Yes? Yeah, they have. Plenty of hands up. They block ordinary Americans from transferring money to your exchanges. They slander you as criminals. But that happened to me too, because I said the election was rigged. He said the election was rigged. He should spend the rest of his life in jail for making that statement. Of course, they say it about us, and it's okay, right? No. And by the way, we're doing very well in the election. You know, we lost a candidate recently, crooked Joe Biden. And I thought, we lost this wonderful person. You know, he's actually a terrible human being, if you want to know the truth, so don't feel sorry. And we have another he's the worst human being, and I sort of made an analogy last night. Last night, think of this, I was speaking in front of a very powerful and very strong, very religious group, Christians, evangelicals, Christians. And then today I come in front of Bitcoin, and now I'm going to Minnesota to do a rally. You think my life is so great, don't you, huh? But I cover a lot of territory. I go from religion to Bitcoin to a rally. And I don't get it mixed up like other people do. Where they come out and they say, may God bless everybody involved in the Bitcoin world. But actually, we mean that because you need blessing, because you've got to do something very spectacular. But we had an incredible time last night talking to Christians, largely Christians, a Christian group. And this is so great. And then we have a very big rally in Minnesota. Hasn't been one since 1972. Richard Nixon, can you believe it? And I think we're leading Minnesota. But there's some hanky-panky that goes on in Minnesota, but I think we're doing good. So we're going to leave here. We're going to go there for a big rally, but this is such an honor to be with you. Sadly, when we see the attacks on crypto, it's a part of a much larger pattern that's being carried out by the same left-wing fascists to weaponize government against any threat to their power. They've done it to me. Did you see I just won the big case in Florida? Thank you very much. The big case. Thank you very much. Good. Now it's a big case. That was the document case. I have Presidential Records Act on my side. Biden didn't. By the way, Biden, they said, here's what they said. They said, He's guilty as hell, but we're not going to charge him because he's incompetent. I won the case the old-fashioned way. It's called you win. I wouldn't have wanted to win the way he won. Trump won the case because they called him incompetent. Think of this. So they called him incompetent. So he's incompetent to run for trial, to stand trial, but he's not incompetent to run the country. How does that work? But he's not doing it anymore because he didn't do particularly well in the debate. Did anybody watch the debate? Not too many people. Somebody said to me, you did horribly in the debate. I said, why? He said, because there's no way he can continue forward. That's how bad he was. I said, I understand that, and that's exactly what happened, actually. We had a great debate. It was a tremendous debate, actually, and since then, hey, look, you have to open the eyes. You have to see what's going on. We have a country to run. The problem is that Kamala is worse than Joe. She's worse. She's a radical left lunatic, defund the police, all of the different things. And so far she's got a little honeymoon going on right now, but when people hear about her, and she's against crypto, by the way, and she's against it very big. So I just want to let you know, you got to get out. You got to get out and vote. It should be no surprise that these same totalitarians are hell-bent on crushing crypto and obliterating, and that's what they want to do, and that's what they are stated. Well, I mean, they're there right now. You have the SEC, you know what they're doing, obliterating Bitcoin. The reason could not be more clear, because Bitcoin stands for freedom, sovereignty, and independence from government, coercion, and control. The Biden-Harris administration's repression of crypto and Bitcoin is wrong, and it's very bad for our country. It's really quite un-American. As you know, 6 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of the United States. I believe he was the worst president in the history of the United States. Think of it. Millions and millions of people have come into our country. They've come in from jails. They've come in from, think of it, insane asylums, mental institutions. They've come in as terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. The same people that you just heard about from Israel, that did that in Israel, they're coming in and nobody checks them. Nobody knows what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. They've lost control of our country, and only bad things can happen. So it's not going to be that way. We're not going to let that happen. We're beating them, and we're beating them badly, and we have to make sure that we do. We need to do it for our country. And you can't just be a fighter and have your man lose the fight, or woman, but in this case, a man. He's losing the fight. He's down by 15, 16, 17 points. They say that you're not going to win, Joe. You got to get out. He didn't want to get out. He said, I'm not getting out. He said, you're getting out. He said, I'm not getting out. I got 14 million votes. I'm not getting out. They said, if you're not getting out, we're going to institute the 25th Amendment on your mental competence. He said, like I said before, I think I'm going to get out. Okay? And they got him out. But it's like, think of this. You fight, you're in a campaign. You spend a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and he's losing. And then they say, let's take him out of the fight. We'll put a new fighter in there. The new fighter is her, probably my second choice. He will always be my first choice, but she'd be my second choice. And again, if we don't win this race, and I know you're not that political, but you have to be political because your whole thing, I mean, you have a lot of politics involved in what you do. If we don't win this race, this country could be finished as we know it. This country is going to be in bad shape, and we have to be in there. We have to fight, and we have to win. And I pledge to the Bitcoin community that the day I take the oath of office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's anti-crypto crusade will be over. It will end. It'll be done. It'll be done. The moment I'm sworn in, the persecution stops and the weaponization ends against your industry. And as long as I'm in the Oval Office, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, do you remember? Yes, I'm an Indian. Yes, she said, I'm an Indian. Why are you an Indian? You don't look like an Indian. No, my mother told me I have high cheekbones. Oh,
That's why she was an Indian. So I named her Pocahontas. Elizabeth Warren and her goons, and she's very nasty to you. She hates your people. She hates everything about you. Will keep their hands off Bitcoin. They're going to keep their hands off crypto. They're going to let it grow. We're going to let it grow. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler and appoint a new SEC chairman. I didn't know he was that unpopular. Wow. I didn't know he was that unpopular. Let me say it again. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler. Whoa. And we'll appoint a new SEC chairman who believes America should build the future, not block the future, which is what they're doing. And Kamala Harris wants to make him Treasury Secretary. That's not good. That's not good. He was Hillary Clinton's finance person. Did you know that? Crooked Hillary. Remember Crooked Hillary? Do you remember her? Anybody remember? He was the finance chairman of Hillary Clinton's campaign against a gentleman known as Donald Trump. Not a popular person within the... Actually, she came to my wedding. Do you know that? To our great First Lady, Melania. She came to our wedding. And Bill came to our wedding. But it's amazing things when you run for office, a lot of things change in your life. A lot of things change. As president, I will immediately shut down Operation Choke Point 2.0. They want to choke you. They want to choke you out of business. We're not going to let that happen. And no longer will your government sit by and watch as Bitcoin jobs and businesses flee to other countries because America's laws are too unclear and too tough and too angry and too stiff. We will keep each and every Bitcoin job in the United States of America. That's what we're going to be doing. Upon taking office, I will immediately appoint a Bitcoin and crypto presidential advisory council. Would anybody like to be on that particular council? Please raise your hand. Their task will be to design transparent regulatory guidance for the benefit of the entire industry, and they will get it done in 100 days. We will have regulations, but from now on, the rules will be written by people who love your industry, not hate your industry, people that want to make it clear and simple, straightforward and fair, people that want to see your industry thrive, not dive. Next, I will immediately order the Treasury Department and other federal agencies to cease and desist all steps necessary, because, you know, there's a thing going on in your industry. They want to move the creation of a central bank digital currency. It's over. Forget it. CBDC. There will never be a CBDC while I'm president of the United States. And I will always defend the right to self-custody. Self-custody. You're going to have a great industry. You're going to have a great industry, and we're going to be fuel for your industry, not demolish your industry. America will once again be a nation that protects property rights, privacy, freedom of transaction, freedom of association, and freedom of speech. We're going to change we're going to go back to the old days when we were a nation that was building, not a nation that was eating itself alive from within. As part of our effort to provide regulatory clarity, we will create a framework to enable the safe and responsible expansion of stable coins. Do you know what a stable coin is? Does anybody know? Please raise your hand. allowing us to extend the dominance of the U.S. dollar to new frontiers all around the world. America will be richer, the world will be better, and there will be billions and billions of people brought into crypto economy and storing their savings in Bitcoin. So that's the way it is. That's pretty much the way it is. Those who say that Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar have the story exactly backwards. I believe it is exactly backwards. Bitcoin is not threatening the dollar. The behavior of the current U.S. government is really threatening the dollar. The danger to our financial future does not come from crypto. It comes from Washington, D.C. It comes from trillions of dollars in waste, rampant inflation, and open borders while giving welfare and free health care to all of the illegal aliens that are pouring into our country by the millions and millions and millions. It comes from printing hundreds of billions of dollars to fund endless wars overseas while our cities are like combat zones here at home. 2 weeks ago in Chicago, 117 people were shot and 17 died. Afghanistan doesn't have anything like that. You know, you think about tough places. Look at what's happening with our cities. What's happening in the last 3 years, last 3.5 years. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Think of it. 117 over 4th of July weekend. 117 people were shot and 17 died. This is the United States of America? I don't think so. By the way, when I was president, we had no wars. We had no new wars. We didn't start any. Remember when Hillary said, he'll start wars. Look at his personality. No, I said, my personality will keep us out of wars. But we finished off some of the old ones like ISIS, which they said would take 5 years to do, maybe more. We did it in 4 weeks. We beat ISIS in 4, because we have a great military, and it's not a woke military, by the way. Maybe some of the people on top are woke, but this is not a woke. I got to see that first when I looked at what they did and what they did for me. They were unbelievable. They did things that nobody thought were possible. Our real generals and our soldiers, there's no woke. They're trying to get them to be woke, but these people are not going to go woke, I can guarantee you that. With your support this November, we will restore confidence and we will restore common sense to our nation's capital. Because ultimately, it is about, it's not, are you conservative? Are you liberal? Are you progressive? They like progressive. It sounds so nice, right? It'll destroy our country. It's actually become a terrible word. It'll destroy our country. But it's not about that. It's about common sense. We want to bring common sense back in. This is all common sense that we're talking about today. And Bitcoin and crypto will skyrocket like never before, even beyond your expectations, and you are the people that are doing it. As we stop the war on crypto, we will immediately, and we'll do this very quickly, begin to build our economy, because when America is prospering, Bitcoin is soaring, and it'll go up with it. We had the greatest economy ever, and we will soon have it again. Under the Trump administration, the typical middle-class family income rose by $6,000 a year. People don't like mentioning that. America had more money to save than at any time in many decades. As a result, during my 4 years in office, now you have to listen to these numbers. These numbers are like beautiful. And I don't want to repeat myself. Listen to these numbers. As a result, during my 4 years in office, Bitcoin surged by 3,900%, from $898 the day I took office to $35,900 the day I left. That was the biggest jump, I guess, in just about any industry. Think of that. Now compare that to just after 3.5 years of Biden and Harris, adjusted for inflation, Bitcoin is up 50%. Now, 50% sounds good, but not when you're comparing it to almost 4,000%, right? 50%. You know, normally you'd say, oh, that sounds pretty good. Let's not put that into the speech. No, 50% is not good. When people can't afford groceries or rent, they have no savings to store in Bitcoin. This administration caused the biggest inflation in the history of our country, and that's what's happened. Our people are being wiped out. From the very first day we take back the White House, we will replace the Biden-Harris economic stagnation with a brand new Trump economic boom. You're going to have a tremendous boom. You know, you have a lot of great analysts out there. Scott, I'm talking about you, Scott, one of the greatest of all, and others that say the stock market's going up because they think Trump is going to be elected. And if Trump isn't elected, this country's going to go into a depression the likes of what you had in 1929. And I hope that's not true, but I can understand it, and I can understand what they're saying. The stock market gain, they think, is because looks like we're going to win the election. And I don't know what's going to happen with the election. You know, they cheat like hell, and I don't know what's going to happen. But if we win it, this country is going to be boomtown. It's going to be booming like it never boomed before. The current administration's economic plan includes trillions in new spending and $5 trillion tax hikes. They want to increase taxes by $5 trillion. They want the expiration of the Trump tax cuts to take place. They want a wealth confiscation tax so that when you make all of your money that you're going to make and all of the people you're going to employ, they want to take away your money in the form of a first-time ever tax and a gigantic capital gains tax that will exceed substantially in many states over 50%. My plan is the opposite. We will lift the workers and we will create savers out of so many people, and we will reward success. We will not punish success. They want to punish success. They want to punish genius. I'm not going to let that happen. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and deliver massive tax cuts for families and individuals and businesses that produce jobs. That includes no tax on tips. You know that, right? Going to get rid of the tax on tips. I will cut unnecessary and burdensome regulations, fight every day to make America the best place on earth to build a business, including a crypto business. It's going to be the best place. You're not going to have to go to China. You're not going to have to learn, gee, how do I learn Chinese? I want to learn it very quickly. I have a little granddaughter that speaks fluent Chinese. Can you believe it? And it's a wonderful thing, but it's not easy, but you're not going to have to do it. Most importantly for our citizens, we will end the inflation nightmare that this administration has created, and we will end it quickly. It's got to end. It's destroying our country. You know, inflation is a country buster. You can go back many, many years to Germany, and you look at what happened to Germany during their huge period of inflation, destroyed the country. It's a country buster. The Bitcoiners, and I say to you that you recognize the dangers of inflation long before most others did. You understood inflation, frankly, better than anybody else. You know that, don't you? If only they had listened. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to you. The trillions of dollars in ridiculous waste approved by our opponents resulted in the very inflation disaster that Bitcoiners had always predicted. 20, 30, and even 40% of the value of every dollar was wiped out, and wiped out quickly. You understood that, but a lot of other people didn't. The life savings of millions of Americans was rapidly destroyed. And very simply, uncontrolled inflation is a stealth taxation of the middle class. It really is. It's a stealth taxation. I call it the Biden tax. Now I'll call it the Harris tax, or the Harris-Biden tax, or whatever the hell we're going to call them. But it's a disaster. It's a tax of 50%. It's a 50% tax. Inflation, think of it, it's a 50% tax on people, 50. This is a human tragedy, and it's destroyed people. It's a national disgrace. It's destroyed everything in its way. It must never be allowed to happen again, and it won't. When I'm president, I guarantee you it won't happen, because we're going to do things that make sure it doesn't happen. They've allowed pricing to get totally out of control. We're going to do energy, bring it down to levels that people have not seen in many, many years. We had it at levels. We were at $1.87 for a gallon of gasoline. You don't see that right now. For 4 straight years, Under my leadership, we had effectively no inflation, none. When I left office, it was 1.4%, and then it stayed there for almost 2 years. Remember when Biden said it was 9%? I inherited 9%. That was just another lie. Misinformation, disinformation. We gave them a hot country. We went through the COVID. We did an incredible job. Never got credit for that. Always got credit for the economy, for the military. We rebuilt the military. We created Space Force. We did so many different things. Never got credit for that. You know what? We gave them a great country with essentially no inflation. And after 2 years, they drove this country and they drove inflation through the roof. 2 years, cost of living went up, in some cases by over 50%. And they say 22%. They like to say 22, but it could be much higher, and it is much higher depending on what they include. They don't include things like interest rates that went from 2.5% to 10%, but you can't get the money. When I return to the White House, I will stop the wild and wasteful spending of this administration. I will end the endless wars. They never stop. Again, we had no wars. We had no new wars under your favorite president, President Trump. We had no new wars. They thought I was going to start a war. Let me tell you something. I'm going to stop World War III because we're closer to World War III than we've ever been since the end of World War II. I will seal the border and stop the invasion of millions of people pouring into our country illegally. We will totally defeat, and we will do this quickly. We will defeat inflation, and together we will bring back the American dream for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We will bring it back, the American dream. You don't even hear the statement American dream anymore. You don't hear those words anymore. We used to talk about the American dream. A lot of you people are in the American dream, but you're going to be crushed if you don't elect me. I hate to tell you. You don't elect me, you're going to be crushed. You're going to say, Alice, what a mistake it was. We went for a person who has no talent. She's been a failure at almost everything she's done instead of Trump. And look at us now. We're going to move into an extremely small house from our beautiful house. But we will end the war on American energy, and we will very simply drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We have to. It's what we have. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation in the world, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We don't use it. We don't use it. They use it. We don't use it. We go out and buy oil from Venezuela. It's amazing. But we won't stop there. We will harness American energy in all forms. I have set the ambitious goal that by the end of my term, the United States will be the #1 lowest cost of energy and electricity of any nation on earth. We can make it so inexpensively. Because of what we have under our feet, we can make it so inexpensively. And with low energy costs, America will become the world's undisputed Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You'll be a Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You will not have to move your family to China. You will not be moving to China. As we implement these reforms, Bitcoin and crypto will grow our economy, cement American financial dominance, and strengthen our entire country long into the future. Many Americans do not realize that the United States government is among the largest holders of Bitcoin. Does anyone know that? How about that? The federal government is almost 210,000 Bitcoin, or 1% of the total supply that will ever exist. But for too long, our government has violated the cardinal rule that every Bitcoiner knows by heart. Never sell your Bitcoin, right? That's right, isn't it, huh? That's right. How did I figure that one? Never sell your Bitcoin. And so, as the final part of my plan today, I am announcing that if I am elected, it will be the policy of my administration, United States of America, to keep 100% of all the Bitcoin the U.S. government currently holds or acquires into the future. We'll keep 100%. I hope you do well, please. This will serve in effect as the core of the strategic national Bitcoin stockpile. As you know, you know, most of the Bitcoin currently held by the United States government was obtained through law enforcement action. You know that. They took it from you. Let's take that guy's life. Let's take his family, his house, his Bitcoin. We'll turn it into Bitcoin. It's been taken away from you because that's where we're going now. That's where this country is going. It's a fascist regime. And so as I take steps to transform that vast wealth into a permanent national asset to benefit all Americans, today I repeat my pledge to commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served. It's enough. It's enough. That's where we are as a country. Ultimately, my promise to each and every one of you is this: I will be the pro-innovation and pro-Bitcoin president that America needs and our citizens deserve. This will be one industry, but this will be a thriving industry, a great industry, and I'm going to be doing the same thing for every other industry also. Our nation has never thrived by trying to censor new ideas and shut down the dreams of our people. America always plants our flag on the next frontier and pushes boldly ahead. We have to do that. We haven't been doing that for a long time, especially the last 3.5 years. It's gone the exact opposite. Those of you in this room inherit the legacy of generations of American pioneers and patriots, risk-takers and renegades who settled this continent, built the modern world, and lived on the bleeding edge. You live on a bleeding edge. You do know that, Bitcoiners, don't you? You are the modern-day Edisons and Wright brothers and Carnegies and Henry Fords, and what you do in your lifetime stands a chance to outlive us all and inspire humanity for generations to come. This will go down as a very important day in the history of your industry. Together, you are building America's future with your own smarts, your own grit, and your own skin in the game. You have a lot of skin in the game, and that's what you're doing. It takes courage to do it. Most people don't have that courage. My job will be to set you free and to let you do what Americans do best and what you're going to do better than anybody. Win, win, win. You're going to win, win, win. With energy, passion, and brilliance like we have rarely seen before, our country cannot fail. We're a failing nation right now, but we're not going to be for long. Our country cannot fail. With your help, we will save our nation, we will restore our republic, and we will make America and Bitcoin bigger, better, stronger, richer, freer, and greater than ever before. Thank you all. Have a good time with your Bitcoin and your crypto and everything else that you're playing with. And we're going to make that one of the greatest industries on earth. Good luck, and God bless you all.